great disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Garguah administration. They get that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like Garguah and water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major so 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to the country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Monday edition. This is the first day of the week. When you see me wearing my bow tie, that means the beginning of the week. Serious business we are about to attend. We have one thing in common. It is the Republic of Liberia, our homeland, where you were born. For me, I was born in Grand Bassa. Let me know where you are tuning in from, what's on your mind. Put it in our comment section. If it's important, we will call it breaking news. If it's all about the G's, then we will not get involved because we are not about G's, we are about facts. and issues affecting our people, our community. So when you put it in the chat room, what's on your mind, we will discuss. Let me say welcome to Mozart Dennis, watching from Minnesota. I have to give it to you guys. Your Minnesota Timberwolves. Those young men can ball. I watched the game last night and I just couldn't get my eyes off the TV. That team is something else. Anthony Edwards, great basketball player, great basketball mind. He could have been the face of the NBA. If he learns how to speak, if he does a little bit of public speaking, but he talks street talks, usually he resorts to vulgarities, profanities on national TV. As brilliant, as great as he is a basketball player, he should be the legitimate face of the NBA. He's quite entertaining. But his public persona makes him appear as though he is straight ghetto. His lifestyle also. He's having children all over the place. In America, they say if you begin to do that, it is the recipe for dying broke, no matter how much you make in the NBA or anywhere. Just imagine taking care of 5 different babies' mama for the next 24 years at your expense. So yeah, those are some of the things that are stopping a great athlete, great entertainer, Anthony Edwards, from being the face of the NBA. Nevertheless, he is quite an impressive basketball player. I would say a freak of nature. He's athletic. He has a very high basketball IQ. So we want to say congratulations to the Wolves, the Timberwolves from Minnesota. If you are not following basketball, you need to now tune in to the Minnesota Timberwolves. If you are from Minnesota, you should be very proud of that team. They reminded me of the Miami Heat of yesteryear when LeBron James and Dwayne Wade were here. It was like living in heaven, man. Let Minnesota take advantage of this young man, and hopefully somebody will talk to him, take him to night school, or tutor him on public speaking. And how to zip up his pants. But let's go to the Republic of Liberia. There's a lot happening. As you know, what is on everybody's minds is the equator. The total equator of the former finance minister, Samuel D. Twe. But while we were celebrating, or while everybody was celebrating, there was something else happening. All the bosses in this particular courtroom all the bosses were found not guilty. Former Finance Minister Samuel Pewee, who signed the checks, was found not guilty. The FIA boss, the guy who actually encashed the check and picked up the money, were found not guilty. But the subordinates that were in the room were found guilty on few other charges. If you tried, charged Joseph Welekende, Mozart Dennis, and myself for murder, and the evidence points that I did the shooting, and Mozart held the victim down, and I shot him. And Joseph Welekende was just there watching. You find the shooter not guilty. The guy that held the victim down while they shot him, you find him not guilty. But a bystander, poor Joseph standing by, you find him guilty for murder. So the question is, how is that possible? There is a great debate going on now. There are other folks like Mr. Lafayette Gould say we should not opine on legal matters because we are not lawyers. I don't think anybody is pretending to be lawyers, but we still have our opinion. We still have a say-so in what happens in the courtroom. You do not have to be a lawyer to know if something is right or is not right. Someone wrote a great piece talking about who are parts and parcel of the legal system. That has interest in legal opinions rendered by the judges. And this goes to Mr. Lafayette Gould, who has shown himself to be inept. And that's why maybe they can only practice law in the Republic of Liberia. In the legal process in these United States, at least I've been here all my life. So if I don't know the law, I know how it works. In the judicial system, when it comes to the law, we have judges, police officers, we have jurors, we have forensic experts, we have eyewitnesses, we have the science community, we have folks who understand ballistic experts are those who will come and tell you how the bullet exploded, what size of bullet was used, what type. And the common bystander, these are all members of the legal team. And they all have a say-so in how the laws are applied and interpreted. So for a legal mind in Liberia to say we should not opine on legal matters because we are not lawyers is ludicrous, asinine, only in the Republic of Liberia. As evidenced by this particular decision that was just made, all the lawyers came in with the expertise and witnesses and evidences and everything else. The persecuting arm of the government brought the case and they did everything they could. The judge or judges that were involved did their part. They gave instructions. The defense attorney and his expert, they came and did their part. The bailiff did their part. The police did their part. And finally, according to our law, "12 jurors, common people, his peers." After all these experts and after all these book people have made their cases, 12 ordinary men and women got together and said, "Mr. Prosecutor, this thing you're talking don't make sense. These people are not guilty. All the book you're talking here, all this yama yama, it makes no sense." My yata in the supermarket, a red light in the market that was sitting on our jury too. I surmised there were some Pepe people on that jury. Some Kobo celebrate on our jury. They looked through the evidence and said this prosecution, this government lawyer had their man up for Tabata. They think right. They didn't have to be lawyers to interpret what was happening. They used common sense. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are not lawyers according to Mr. Gideon. You shouldn't opine. You should have no opinion. None whatsoever. Only he. And his peers. In some country called Liberia, only they should tell you how the law should be preached and who should opine on the law. That as it may, the closing argument today, the 11th of May, 2026, has an agenda for you. Few talking points. Don't forget it. In the comment section, let us know what's on your mind, and we will discuss. The great Myean D. Torgbean, the representative from Great Nimba County. His godfather, Prince Johnson, left him with us. It said, Boyka moved to end decades of darkness in Georgia, our hometown of Grand Crew. Joseph Boyka loved to job. You know, in boxing, you're doing it, a lot of job. Yeah, he threw a job at the former president. You're from Grand Crew. You didn't bring no light over there. Boom. They may have brought light. Now I'm going to beat more to the crew people. Bati, oh, bati, 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 oh, bati, bati. Yeah. That's what we're going to have to be doing. That's what Joseph Boyka is trying to do. He says he's bringing light to Grand Crew, Georgia, our own hometown. Toa Camo, the file motion for a new trial in a $6.2 million economic sabotage trial. We just talked about it. If you tie three of us together for doing the same thing, same crime, on the same crime scene, doing the same thing, how you could say everybody else is not guilty, but only me? Okay, all your Morio board there, you're sitting out free. But me, because I'm from Bapulu, I didn't grow up with you guys in Monrovia. So you just got up, you say, all the Monrovia board there, they're free. That boy from Bapulu, he did it because he's from the country. That's why they're talking about Tabata. To who signed the check. The other guy went, took the whole bag of money from the bank, took it wherever he was taking it. You don't see him. But I who was standing there, you say, you saw it, you said nothing, so you stole the money. You see the kind of Tabata we're talking about. So the guy that gone back to court now, they're telling the people, if my boss man wrote a check and my other boss man took the money, so how can you going to tell me now that I'm guilty and he's not guilty? So they're going back to the Supreme Court to tell the Supreme Court there's some Tabata going on here. There's your B-shot business. There's something going on here. All the B-shot in, you let them go. Just because I ain't got nobody to talk for me. You're not scared of me, but you're scared of you're scared of the other people. But because I come from Bapulu, so you just take me and say, I'm guilty. No, I'll go to the Supreme Court, let them know. That's why we are talking about legal matters here. You do not have to be a legal scholar to know that something is wrong with this case. Over $3 million is unaccounted for at the Liberian Airport Authority from July 2nd, 2020 to December 31st, 2023. You see what they're doing now? The government outlawed another big case now. So they're going after another CDC man. So we can take our faces, we can take our attention, or the beat loss now. They're going after a small guy over there. They say, we're not going to audit from 2024 up to now, which is 2024, 2025, almost 2026. July will be 3 years. They didn't touch those people. They're going back. You see what we're talking about, the legal system in Liberia? The political leader in other news, the political leader of another political party, Myean Freeman, said Waka administration, especially the liberalization enforcement strategy, is a mockery. It's fake, he says. Mr. Freeman said he's a businessman. You can't fool him with a liberalization thing. Every time you're in trouble, you fall back on the liberalization. Now all of a sudden you're doing something. So the people who run businesses in Liberia, who know how it works, they are saying that's a lie. He said you are making a mockery of the whole thing. That's why I didn't say so. Honorable Myean Freeman, a taxpayer, a business owner, a stakeholder in the Republic of Liberia. In the other news, the Liberian police is trying to debunk, according to them. There was a story that was circulating on social media over the weekend that the police had shot and killed somebody in Liberia. They are saying, no, nobody got killed. They said the Liberian National Police dismisses claim on social media that an individual was shot and killed during an incident involving police intervention near the chicken soup factory. They said that was false. Someone said maybe somebody got shot, but we didn't kill the person, we just shot the person. Is LACC enabling corruption? NOCA Vice President Jalaba, Waka Jalaba, question of closure of the Wapolu Road probe. There's something in the United States they usually call, they refer to a road to nowhere or bridge to nowhere. That's what the people from Wapolu are saying. There were millions spent supposedly to pave a road in Wapolu. Checks were written, checks were cashed, people were paid, invoices were submitted according to this story. But when the people went to do the road inspection, there were no roads. Forget about paving, no roads. So the question is, so what happened to all that money? Waka Jalaba is upset because he thinks the LACC had dropped all charges against those people that were supposed to be building the road. He believes by dropping the charge or charges against these people, the LACC is enabling people to steal. Again, Mr. Jalaba is not talking about anything. Since 2024, when he came to power, few months ago, we were talking about the Ministry of Public Works. $20 million was given for road construction or road rehabilitation. Waka has not asked what happened to that money. But he wants us to go all the way back into the job we had administration and bring those people and drag them in public. This is the Liberia for you. you know, Liberia is a very interesting place. Every time I go to Liberia, I just, sometimes I'm walking the street or running, doing my exercise, and some of the big shots will get up and, sir, hey, Mr. Gayman, you need a ride? Pull up. No, thank you, you know, I'm just walking. I'm trying to get my 10,000 steps in a day, so I'm walking. In Liberia, I guess owning a car is a status symbol. So I'm walking. Maybe he thinks that my car broke down or I don't have any means of transportation. And I'm walking, sweating. At 65, I'm walking, sweating. And this young, obese fella, auto-shaped fellow comes and stops with his big car. Mr. Gayman, man, you know, you need a ride. No, sir, thank you very much. I'm walking. Sweating. And another car comes. Hey, Papi, you need a ride? I'm walking, sweating. And I look at some of these young men, they 35, 40s, in their 20s, out of shape. Some of them are obese. And some are morbidly obese. And they're walking around with their stomach sticking out, their butt sticking out, sweating. And they think it has been a big shot. They think it's good life. Most of them, since they came to government 3 years ago, they have not even done a checkup. They don't even know what's in their body, what is going on. They're walking around. They have their drivers driving them. They sit in the back of the car. I have one phone, and I'm still learning how to use this phone because it is so sophisticated. And some of those big shots in Liberia carry 3 phones. Sometimes I wonder if I can use one phone. Boy, they might be really busy in this country, really productive. 3 phones. And the driver and the protege, or you can call them bag boy, walking around. This is a man or woman who was just in the United States struggling. Then they go to the Republic of Liberia, and they are all that, plus more. Mr. Lafayette Gould is telling us we should not opine on legal matters because we are not lawyers. The audacity of nonsense. Well, you know, as usual, we will be scanning the comment section to see what's going on in your life, in your neighborhood. I see a lot of folks from Minnesota turning in. Minnesota is okay. But yes, guys, share the show. Today is Monday. It's gonna be heated. We want to talk about some stuff. Some of the stuff coming out of Liberia sometimes is so bad. It is embarrassing, shamefully presented by some of these folks. If I have never been embarrassed in a long time, because God knows I've been embarrassed several times, but this one here, our own Bassa brother, Edwin Melvin Snow, been running all over West Africa. His claim to fame is not what he has done in Liberia, but because he sits on the West African ECOWAS court. And he's been there so long, he considers himself the doyens of the West African court, ECOWAS court. Last week, he was embarrassed, put on the front pages of the newspapers by a more intelligent, brilliant young man from Nigeria that took them to task. Not just Edwin Snow. They talked about him because he's supposed to be the elder in the room and head of delegation. That delegation consists of Tai Wongwei, and I know Ms. Briggs is on there. They went to the ECOWAS court in their report. The reason and the purpose of the report is to give the ECOWAS court an update about what's trending, what's happening in your country. Something that ECOWAS needs to know about. As though Edwin Melvin Snow has rock in his head. As though Mr. Snow thinks nobody knows about what's happening in Liberia, he can just sweep it under the carpet. And the young man said the delegation from Liberia is disingenuous at best. He said they have not said anything about what's going on in Liberia on the border between Liberia and Guinea. We are aware of what's happening. He says then the Liberian legislature has the audacity to expel one of their own for making a remark about what's happening in their country. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, he says. The Liberian delegation is here presenting a whole different report. Do you know how embarrassing it is? For someone to call your intellect, your honesty, and your aptitude to test. The gentleman said, we don't just come here to marry maids, sleep in 5-star hotels, eat, get drunk, fly back to Monrovia and tell them, I am on the ECOWAS court. The young man said, that is not enough. Being on the ECOWAS court is not enough. There's a reason why you came here. You came here to be productive. But based on what we have been observing, Melvin Snow and the delegation for Liberia, they are dishonest. Their behavior collectively is unbecoming of an ECOWAS representative. I heard that Liberia, when it comes to diplomacy, like they say in Liberia, you will eat their show. Liberia would usually eat their show, eat your show, eat the show on your show. This gentleman was eating our show at our expense. Took the Liberian delegation to task for ineptitude, for dishonesty. So why did Edwin Melvin Snow and his team go to the ECOWAS court? Very unproductive and idleness. He's idle, just sit around, do absolutely nothing. They go to the ECOWAS court and do absolutely nothing based on what the young man was saying. You can't just walk here, sit in our chamber, eat our food, sleep in top-star hotel, ride our VIP car, and come here with nonsense. You come out here and say everything in Liberia is dandy. When somebody was shot at the border, after Honorable Snow was embarrassed, he came out with one of the most feeble, even more degrading comment. And he says, and I read, when you add it, talking about what's happening in Liberia, in the report, they bark. When you don't add it in the report, they bark. I will just continue going to my destination, and I wouldn't throw stones at every dog that barks. Jobbing. This is a lazy lawmaker who is jabbing at Joseph Walker, trying to turn this around. He's trying to pivot. To use Joseph Walker's parable as an escape. Honorable Melvin Snow says, and I quote, when you add it in a report, they bark. I don't know who does the barking. When you don't add it in a report, they bark. I would just continue going to my destination and wouldn't throw stone at every dog that barks. That there is no explanation to the Ghanaian, his Ghanaian or Nigerian counterpart. If I do my job, President Joseph Boakai is going to chastise me. Now that I didn't do my job, the Equal Parliament is chastising me. That was Melvin Snow. I don't blame the young men that were found guilty for this supposedly fraud charges brought against them. It's a defense lawyer for former acting Justice Minister Nyenwolo Tomalin and former National Security Advisor Jefferson S. Kamara, have filed a motion for a new trial in the controversial U.S. $6.2 million economic sabotage case, arguing that the jury's guilty verdict against their clients contradicts the acquittal of former Finance Minister Samuel D. Tuitt Jr. and former FIA Comptroller Moses B. Cooper. If you didn't find those guys who signed the check and cashed the check, you can't find me guilty. There's something wrong, so they file an appeal. Representative Marvin Cole called Deputy Minister Daniel Sano a pet. A pet that has desecrated the presidency. A pet. You know, for those of you, our folks, if a politician or diplomat says your attitude, you have desecrated or shrine the executive mansion, the presidency, the highest office in the land, is the gravest of all crime that you have committed. That's why Representative Marvin Cole calls Deputy Minister Sano a pet, like a little dog or cat in your home that desecrated the church house. Call him a pet. In other news, ex-President George Weah interactions with a group of market women in New Georgia Bassatown community, Monrovia, Liberia, early is raising eyebrows. What is it about this guy? When he shows up with the ordinary folks, he connects. President Joseph M. Boakai, who high-level talks with Ruto Watara in Nairobi, away from Liberia. 30-year-old APC aspiring complete screening to contest representative seat in Kaduna. Before I go back to Liberia, let me talk to all the laborers and Democrats out here. President Donald J. Trump may be the greatest president when his term ends. Watch this space. A few months ago, the Democrats were writing obituary of the Republican House and Senate seats. Some have even gone as far as saying that there would be a shellacking of the Republican Party in November. Some have begun to measure their curtains. They're picking on new desks. That Donald J. Trump is so bad that come November, boy, hey. The Democrats will take back the House by maybe 30 seats and take back the Senate. And they will put President Trump in a box. Seleke Kromah say, we put Costa in a box, just a bunny, and we'll wrap him up and we took him to Sierra Leone to get out of Liberia. So the Democrats around here have already, they had not only the obituary, but they were wrapping, they have brought their duct tape and everything, and they were going to wrap the Republican into a knot and dispose of them. Democrats were out here talking about they were winning all the special elections. It's going to be a blue wave. They spent $79 million in Virginia to redo the districts. They have 11 congressional districts there. Excuse me, statewide district. They gerrymandered the lines that they went from 5 Republicans to 1. It was 6-5, they made it 10-1. And they were celebrating. Only on Wednesday to be told that all that dancing they were doing, all that gerrymandering they were doing, illegal and unconstitutional. All of a sudden, they sat back and said, oh, so instead of going up +5 in the Democratic column, it has swung to the right, +4. We pick up 4 new seats. As of today, the Republicans are up. It is +10 before we even cast the first ballot. So if you are a laborer, if you are a Kool-Aid drinking laborer Democrat, and you thought this guy was so unpopular because he started a war, and you wanted those guys in Iran to possess nuclear weapons, think again. Things may not have been bad as you thought it was. Some of you predicted that with the war in Iran, gas price is going to go $250 per barrel. Yes, the price has gone up, but it's a price worth paying. Iran should never be allowed to have nuclear weapons. So let's go back to Liberia. Tomorrow is Tuesday, the 12th of May. We are going to have our special guest, Honorable Julius Mapu. Duncan Cassell is going to be here tomorrow. Mapu, former special aide to former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former superintendent of Grand Bassa County, former minister of gender. She will be here tomorrow talking about politics, public policy, and everything else in between. So it should be a great show tomorrow. You know, Fanta and her Ellen business, they don't go, you don't go. If you call Ellen name, Fanta will be right there. So we're going to have two great women tomorrow. Fanta is going to be here, and she's going to be objective. JD is going to be here tomorrow to talk about some of the great things that they did. We are going to be calm and collected. We're going to be respectful to each other, but the debate is going to be heated. It's going to be the civil people, the contemporaries. So if you're from upriver, you know how you used to pronounce that word? Is it cantankerous? Tomorrow, we're going to be speaking some upriver languages. If you just came from Lofa into the city, you don't know what upriver means. If you're from Bapolo, you have never come to the city, your only city life have been better, Yala, then don't come, because tomorrow we're going to be talking some upriver talk. Tomorrow, Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be our guest tomorrow. All things considered. And on Friday, we're going to have Dr. Alex Red. He will be here to opine. Alex Red is a product of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Great thinkers, great writer, great orators. He'll be here tomorrow. Flash electronics is objective and subjective, not a walk down memory lane. That's correct. We're going to be here. We're going to be very, very objective from my end. And we're going to hold their feet to the fire too, that hey, some of the information you're going to talk to us about, you better give this in time. But it should be nice. We should be here tomorrow. Katie, 63 PK. So I'm watching from the UK. Wow, way out there from the UK. Thank you for tuning in. I was in the UK maybe a year ago. And I'm sitting there having something to eat, and from the 10th floor of the hotel that I was in, I looked down, and I thought there was a riot. I saw tons of people in the streets coming towards us. And I'm saying to myself, what is going on? Are we in the UK at the wrong time? Is there a protest? And I called one of the folks at the hotel. I said, what's going on? She said, oh, don't worry, that's nothing. She said, Manchester United is playing Lyon from France, and the whole town is upside down. So that's how we do it here. When Manchester United is playing, this whole city of Manchester is shut down. She said, they are just going to the game. I said, is that how they go to the game? She said, yeah. Even I thought it was a protest. She said, no, Mr. Gayman, they just warm me up. You should see what's going to happen when they go to the game. Then she said, football or soccer is a religion here in the UK. Then she asked me, she says, are you a soccer fan? I said, yes. She said, are you familiar with the Premier League? I said, yes. She said, which team is your favorite? And I said, Chelsea. She said, oh, we hate them here. We don't like Chelsea. I said, oh, okay. She says, when you are in the UK, especially Manchester, you have to cheer for Manchester United. When she told me that, I dared not go downstairs with my Chelsea shirt on. I would have been looking for trouble. So I stayed in my room and sat, and I was enjoying the game. It was a game to just see thousands, maybe tens of thousands of folks parading down the street, chanting, Man U. As a Chelsea fan, I was sitting there and I'm seeing this. I said, this is unbelievable. Then she said, you think you've seen something? You should go to Stamford Bridge and see how you guys behave out there. Then she said, forget about Liverpool. Soccer is a religion in the UK, Premier League in particular. Let me welcome Jai Eddie. Glad to join from Wee District, Grand Bassa County. Yeah, that's my homeboy. Yes, Grand Bassa. So yes, as a Chelsea fan, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time when Man U was playing. But it was fun to see tens of thousands of folks in the streets, chanting, cheering the team on. That's team spirit. Win or lose, they are chanting and cheering the team on. Can you say chanting and cheering the Republic of Liberia? Can you say to yourself and to everybody else that your lawmakers Your judges in Liberia have made you to be so proud that you are convinced as though you are a true believer. Today there was an article, a little write-up on one of the platforms about Grand Bassa Country, my hometown, that have been in darkness for the past 30 years. No light. The second capital of the Republic of Liberia. I was in Bassa this gone January. They were planting poles, but they have been planting that pole since 2010 on an island. And every year they tell me December the light is going to be here. December the light is going to be here. It's over 20 years. And someone said when the light comes, you have to say thank you to the Bassa Legislative Caucus. And I told the person, why should I say thank you to the Bassa Legislative Caucus? Why? This is what they're supposed to do. This is why we are paying them. How can you tell me I should tell you thank you for the job for which you were paid and paid handsomely? The Bassa Legislative Caucus should be thanking the Bassa people for giving them the opportunity to serve. It's like my employees on this place, on this job, all 18 of them. When they come and pick up the checks on Fridays, I stand here sometimes. Those who want to have the check direct deposit, it is done. Those that want to pick up their check physically, come and pick them up. As they come to pick up the check, I shake their hands and I say, thank you. Because of them, because of the great job they do, we have been in business for 26 years. We have had 15, we just had our 15th audit, 15th audit of perfect audit. It is not me. Yes, I do the oversight and I make sure they do their work. But when the job is done, the accolades, when they pick up the check, I tell them, thank you for the work you have done. They don't tell me thank you because I paid them. They earn it. For the Bassa Legislative Caucus and their propaganda to have the audacity to say the Bassa people should rejoice and thank them. In fact, one of them was taking credit that under my auspices, light is coming back to Bassa. You've been in office for 15 years. Some of you for 12 years. Done absolutely nothing, or the bare minimum. Now that light is coming to Bassa, you want the Bassa people to worship you and tell you thank you for doing your job? Nonsense. How is this possible? You are a representative, you are a senator that was paid to do some work. You build a small hand pump, you want the people to tell you thank you? You build a hand pump. Solomon Boyman, I'm watching you from New Jersey. Thank you very much for tuning in. Someone said we should free Prophet Key. Liberia deserves free speech. Free Prophet Key. This is what we are talking about. Can you, with a straight face, shout LIB because of our justice system, because of our legal system, because of our security system, because of our education system, because of our health system? Can you go to Great Britain? Can you come to the United States going, besides being patriotic, can you actually stand and say, yes, LIB, I am a true believer in the LIB because of the principles of great education, great health care, great security, great public services, great public utilities, great judicial system. Besides being sycophantic and being intimidated, can you say these things? So I'm in the UK and these people are going. They are true believers. They are well protected. The law protects them. They are shouting and jumping. No fear. He or she knows even in the midst of the jump, if she landed the wrong way and broke her leg, she or he would be picked up on the spot by the ambulance. She would be taken to the best hospital around, the nearest hospital. That's confidence. She or he, they are shouting and going, knowing if someone hits me, if someone busts battle on my head, the law enforcement will be there immediately. They are jumping and shouting. They know that when the man, you folks are in the streets, having a great time, they know us Chelsea folks will stand far away and watch them do this. And when our time comes, when the blue will be blue, when we show up in our time, when Stamford Bridge is on fire, they will stay away. They know that everybody knows the rules. The rule is standardized. The rules are standardized. Everybody knows what to do, when to do, how to do it. But if you live in a country where the rule changes, depending on who you are, where you are, even for our women, if you are in the wrong place, group of guys can just see you and say, I don't like what you are wearing, and they will take out your clothes, tear your clothes from your body. Blame it on their culture, not what the law says. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I appreciate your discipline, your passion for this show and serving your people. I've been following you and on the Facebook page, and you're making very good points, very salient points, with regards to the duty bearers and the governors. I know how you expect us to appreciate you when you're supposed to be doing what you're doing for us. And don't ask us, let us do it willingly, consciously say, yes, our people are doing well, we send them away for us, they are doing well. We will appreciate you based on our own our desire. But let me say thank you. You're talking about sports. The discipline people experience during sporting period. For a matter of fact, in England, I like this team called Man United. How are you talking about Chelsea? That's a very good team too. It just started being unfortunate this season with the football playing tactics and techniques. But Mr. Gayman, we need to do more in terms of social order in this country. No one should try to use his or her mindset about culture to violate somebody else's right. I know from my experience in Liberia, my visits around the 15 counties and working with the 16 ethnic groups, to some extent, some of the subset are not knowing that the Sapo, people in the Sino and Grand Jida area, I know how they do their social order, how they put their society, their communities in order in a way that everybody knows what to do, when to do what. So those who ran on that lady trying to say because the way she was dressed, it was offensive to them and they had to take action. No culture, I mean, indigenous and original culture that is organic. I don't mean people who try to interpret in their own way, who try to borrow other people in a way of doing things they don't understand. No culture that I know of in Liberia, and to the extent of even in Africa, we see a lady that is dressed in the way the thing is not proper, and they will go and violate her and beat on her and remove her clothes. No. What I know, for example, in my home in Lofa, if a lady is not properly dressed within the context of the environment where the person is, they will send another lady to you. Even they will come to Lapo. They will come with Lapo. I understand once I traveled with some young Liberian women. We went to do some research work in the community. It was in Maryland in a place called Torgbean. And there's a lady that didn't follow the instructions because I led the team. I had to give some cultural sensitivity. And the older lady was dressed. She was dressed on her team. We got there. The lady headed for the town came to me and said, "Oh, Johnny, we want to help one of your mates to be properly attired to fit within our community." And so she brought the lapa and asked the lady to tie lapa around her. So ever since that time, when I have Europeans or Americans with me, women, when I'm taking them out in the rural parts, I'm sensitive to those things. I will ensure that they're properly, they dress within the content of the culture. So before we leave Monrovia, I give them all the cultural orientation. And sometimes I always have a spare lapper or wrapper in the car, just in case somebody, by mistake, is not properly attired with. But even if they went to a place where they're not properly attired based on that setting, way of doing things, they wouldn't come with violence to try to remove your clothes or do something. And in fact, most times they will ask for the stranger father or the team leader. Who leading the team? Oh, Johnny, you lead the team. You should be sensitive in order to know these things. So even if they want to punish, it is me that they will be punishing for not doing the appropriate thing to have my team members properly briefed and educated about that environment. So those who did that, who went through the action with that lady, actually it's not because of culture. It was just trying to just overdo their own thing. That's not it. That is in no way in any culture. Even the better, I went to Bible the way there in Better Pasama. And in fact, Mr. Gayman, just to tell you a little bit about that, that's a place where I saw real social order. That place has, at the time when they had no police, no courtroom, only thing they had from government was the commissioner, the township commissioner. But that place, Mr. Gayman, is well organized under the rule of order of tradition and culture. All those men that left from Monrovia and other places that when they go hustle to go where Adama went. They better follow the instruction of the elders in that town with regards to the rule of law in that community.
Sure.
Any violent action in any gold man, diamond man, when our news reaches the town to the elders and they send their messenger for you, you are going to be asked to come and give account of why you did it. Because the first thing, when you enter that community, Mr. Gayman, if I'm taking you there, I will go and introduce you to the elders and the leadership of that town that I'm here with my brother, Jerome Gayman. He'll be with me in my house, and we're going to my farm together, and so. They will say, Johnny, have you make sure that he's aware of the rules and regulations of our community, of our town? If he's not aware, please make sure he's fully aware, because any violation on his part, it will be your responsibility. You're the one should know what is it. So these are just simple things. So for that reason, the husband is so quiet. And not just all better are there. Other people are there. They will have Madingo, we got TC, got Global. Everybody there hustling. But they're living under that rule of law of those indigenous people that are there. And the place is peaceful and calm. There's no trouble there. So no one should use their own personal feeling because they think that, oh, the highways will be no. Even if you think somebody not properly dressed, you approach them in a modest way. Oh, excuse my sister, can I help you cover your shoulder? Or can please use this to cover yourself? Or most of what we do in Lofa, in my hometown, we will ask one lady to come to you to tell you that, your dress code not too good, man. They will come to you with lap and say, come, they will call you, right? And ask you to help adjust your dress code so that, whatever they see offensive, you will address it. But will not be done in a violent manner to come and ask you to, drag you and do something. No. They will not do it. But doing that is also another violation again.
Of course.
Yeah,
no culture that I know will resort to violence to prevent the rules from being broken, because usually they will find you, right? They will say, listen, we find you cola nut, we find you small thing. These are symbolic, okay?
Yeah, most times, based on what we have in the community, they won't find you anything that is prohibitive.
No.
For example, they will tell you, bring cola or bring oil, or bring one kilo of rice, or bring 1 liter of oil, or bring 1 bottle of oil, or whatever. If, for example, in fact, Mr. Gayman, one interesting thing in my home, in Dopoh, where I come, no man should ever, all the men, we are so conscious of violating women. If you break traditional women law in the times, Mr. Gayman, I'm sorry for you. Women don't forgive. Traditional women will not forgive you. If you have to do something, you say 7 times 7 times 7. My brother, you will do that as they say it to their satisfaction. If you don't do it, you are in problem. So I remember once one of my big uncle did something wrong in the village, and the women found him to bring bundle of wool 7 days in a row. You know what told the woman? You know what told the guy? The old man said, when you bring the wool, I will be in the house. And I want to hear the sound of the wool vibrating in the house where we lying down. And that guy will cut the wool. He will come and make sure, even if he will make sure he will drop it so that you will hear boom. Like you had the sound must vibrate in the common house.
Yeah.
She will say, thank you for doing that. Yeah. And you will do that 7 days in the row. Don't miss a day. You miss a day, you repeat, you start all over. You understand? So that's why most of us grow in the traditional environment. We are always mindful of violating the law that protect women. Because when you break that law, my brother, I'm sorry for you. You will do it exactly as is required. There's no forgiving them. You can violate the men law. They can compromise it. Oh, America, do 2 days or 3 days. But the women, never will you be compromised. The exact law is what you will follow. The exact punishment you will do.
Great. Guys, there's a lot going on in our country. We'll delve into that. Patrick Kennedy, thank you very much. We discussed this here. We read a letter from the Solo family, the Crown Nation, the Crown Diaspora, the Crown people, and their disdain for what happened to their son. It was clear that Mr. Solo was nominated in August of 2025. Almost 9 months later, His confirmation is still in the chamber, still in committee room. So the Solo family have suspected that this thing is a Bassa conspiracy. The pro tem is from Bassa. Senator Dillon is from Bassa. And here is both of them are staunch members of the Liberty Party. They wanted this position for one of their own. And the president nominated somebody from outside of the cycle. And in fact, a former sedition. So this, yes, they sat on his confirmation. So Patrick Kennedy is saying Peter Solo, who is, Director General of the National Lottery Authority and brother of the late George Solo, said on Spoon Talk Live that Senator Dillon doesn't like the Crown people. He said Senator Dillon and Pro Tem Yobli Kanga stopped the confirmation of his late brother, George Solo. We have discussed it here. When the official letter came out, we discussed that. It is unusual for men and women that were nominated way after George Solo was nominated have been confirmed. Some a month, some couple of weeks. For George Solo, it has taken 9 months. So yes, the family has all reasons to suspect foul play. While we do not have any substantial reason or to divine thoughts, any reasonable person, especially a family that are going, an entire family that is going through the grieving process, so yes, but in the Republic of Liberia, let's go to the front page of Front Page Africa. It says CDC declared total victory after Torres acquitted as government scrambles for moral win. As supporters of D12 were dancing, declaring total victory, government officials went on the attack, saying the government had proved her case. At least someone was convicted, even though during the entire trial process, Samuel 12 face has been on every newspaper's front page. If you went into Liberia the first time, you would think it was only Samuel 12 that was being persecuted. It says the acquittal of former finance minister, development planning minister Samuel D. Twell Jr. in the wildly publicized $6.2 million corruption case have triggered intense political debate and divided public opinions across the Republic of Liberia, with opposition supporters celebrating the verdict as a triumph of justice. while several government officials and ruling party supporters insist the ruling still validates the Barker administration's anti-corruption campaign. The case, which lasted for 46 days before criminal court C at the Temple of Justice, centered on allegations surrounding the disbursement and alleged misuse of over $6.2 million, reportedly intended for national security operations during the administration of former President George Myean. Prosecutors alleged that the funds were unlawfully withdrawn and diverted under the guise of national security spending without proper documentation and accountability procedures. The legal battle involved 5 former government officials who served under the Coalition for Democratic Change administration. Those placed on trial included former Finance Minister Sylvester Pewee Jr., former Acting Justice Minister Nyenwolo, former National Security Advisor Jerome Gayman, and Financial Intelligence Agent Controller General D. Moses P. Dopoh, and the former Financial Intelligence Agency Director Stanley S. Ford. The prosecution accused the defendants of criminal conspiracy, economic sabotage, theft of funds, and criminal facilitation, theft of property, and money laundering. These are major charges that carry years in prison. The government maintained that the accused abused public trust and illegally handled state resources intended for national security purposes. After weeks of testimonies, evidence presentation, and legal argument, the 12-member jury delivered a mixed verdict that dramatically altered the political atmosphere in the country. Samuel D. Pewee Jr. was acquitted on all charges, including criminal conspiracy, economic sabotage, criminal facilitation, theft of public funds, and money laundering. D. Moses P. Dopoh was also fully acquitted on all charges brought against him. However, former Acting Justice Minister Nyenwolo was found guilty of theft of public funds, criminal facilitation, and theft of property. Though the jury returned a hung verdict on the money laundering charge and acquitted him of economic sabotage. Former National Security Advisor Jerome Gayman was found guilty of criminal facilitation and criminal conspiracy, while he was acquitted of economic sabotage and theft of public funds. The jury, however, failed to decide on the theft of property charge against him. Former FIA Director General Stanley S. Ford received hung verdict on criminal conspiracy, criminal facilitation, theft of public funds, and money laundering, but was acquitted of economic sabotage. The mixed verdict immediately sparked controversy and contrasting reaction from politicians, legal experts, ordinary citizens, and members of both the ruling establishment and the opposition. Before the verdict was delivered, the Solicitor General Counsel Augusta C. Fayad had publicly projected confidence in the government case against Pewee and other defendants. During one of his engagements with reporters weeks before the ruling, Fayad defended the prosecution position and argued that the evidence presented before the court clearly implicated the accused officials. He insisted that the state had established sufficient grounds to secure convictions and maintain that the prosecution fully understood how national security funds are expected to be managed under Liberian law. They stole the money and spent it. They know nothing about national security. We understand the process through which national security funds are used. Councillor Fire declared that while reaffirming that the government had no reason to fear the outcome of the case. However, the eventual acquittal of Pewee and Dopoh represents a major setback for the prosecution and instantly shifted public attention towards questions about the strength of the government's evidence and the overall conduct of the trial. The defense team led by Councillor Arthur T. Johnson emerged from the courtroom in celebration after successfully securing Pewee's acquittal. Supporters of the former finance minister viewed the ruling as proof that the prosecution had failed to establish criminal intent or direct evidence linking Pewee to any unlawful act. Pewee himself broke his silence to Front Page Africa a day after the verdict and maintained that the ruling confirmed the position he had consistently defending throughout the proceedings. According to him, finance minister under Liberia's public financial management law function as dispersing officers and are not directly accountable for how funds are utilized once they are legally transferred to other government entities. We gave God Almighty this victory, but I will add that my acquittal is consistent with what I have maintained publicly throughout. Minister of Finance in Liberia are disbursing officers under the FPM law. They are not accountable for monies released to government entities. That's not our job, he stated. He further argued that any further prosecution against him will require evidence unrelated to lawful disbursements of procedure, while warning that politically motivated cases was waste of taxpayers' money and unintentionally elevated his public profile. Let me welcome Telvi. Welcome to the show. And how was your Mother's Day?
It was awesome. Happy Monday, guys.
Yes.
It was awesome. The ring, I don't know where you're in, but you know, the ring Texas tried to sport things, and I jumped in that room, Mr. Gayman, for my lunch. I was not waiting.
Okay. I'm putting you guys on notice. This whole week we've been celebrating the day Father Day can and you do something for us. Hey, it will not be easy in this country. Oh, let me tell you now. I am telling the women on this show, Mother Day, you're going with your makeup and your hair and everything flying, sexy. When Father Day comes, I don't want to hear anything, no excuse. I'm putting you on notice. Let me go check when is Father's Day so I can get my boys together. You know, I got 3 girls and 1 boy, so we can never win anything in the house. Everything they put it to a vote. 3 girls, their mom and their grandma. So we got 5 women against 2 men. We have lost every vote. We have lost every case. So he fled. He went to Connecticut and left me by myself. So I am now 1 guy against 5 women. Worse than it's ever been. So I'm putting you guys on notice. Father Day coming around. We're going to pull you outside. We're going to pull you on full blast. You're cheap women. I don't want any tie. I don't want any more socks. I want money. Welcome, Terry. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
June 21st, 2026. Bookmarked. Checked. June 21st. Father's Day.
We got 3 weeks to go. So every day I'm going to remind you, no tie, no socks. Johnny, you want money or you need tie? I can't hear you. Johnny Chewy.
I want any gift.
Oh, we're gonna mandate the man don't even back in man. And so okay, they will give you time, so you would take the time. We're gonna man. You can't take a man. You can't take him to battle with you. He will leave you there. He go join the women inside. But tell me, we are in trouble in Liberia. We're hearing this news. This news just wouldn't go away. We have the financial fraud case, and then now we're having the LFA election is around the corner. I think it's next week. They said the LFA election increases as the disqualified candidate threatened global legal battle over the ballot remover. He's not going to do it in Liberia. He's going to cyberspace. He's going to Great Britain. He's going to Italy. I think he's going to take the whole world to court for the Liberian bill. So y'all Liberian people, y'all let title business.
Title business, Mr. Gayman.
Can you imagine the man waiting to sell all his property?
Body parts.
He's not going to when he taking his kids global. So here we are on this side, like they do it in the boxing ring. In the blue corner, we got who really lost the case. That's the question on the front page Africa. Who really lost the case? We're going to delve into that. Then the LFA man said he's taking his case global. LFA in crisis as disqualified candidate threatening to go global. He's going all the way around the world. The three gentlemen that were found guilty, Tuan Camo seeks a new trial going to the Supreme Court. There's no way, he says, the guy who signed the check, the man who cashed the check, the man who took the money, y'all find them not guilty. I who are just standing there, I ain't take no money, I do that. How is that possible? Y'all can't do this to me. So he's not going global, he went straight to the court. So tell me, let's talk. You are a financial person here. You have done auditing, you have done. How is this possible? I know Lafayette Gould, I was on his case today.
I needed to be on your case, but I was too busy today too.
I know. Lafayette Gould say, since we are not members of the Liberian Bar Association, we got no right to opine on legal issues because we are not lawyers.
He's a fool. That's who he is. He's a fool. Mm-hmm. We'll call it for what he's a fool.
Go ahead.
No, all the things he can talk about on Spoon, is he a subject matter expert on it? He just open and yap. This is not just a legal matter. Anybody can opine it. If you got common sense, if you can understand logic, you can analyze, you can opine on it. Even if you ABC student, the fact that you're a Liberian, you can opine on it.
Of course.
He's a fool to just discredit people because you're not a lawyer. I don't have to be a lawyer to opine on this. I have enough years of experience, professional experience. I got common sense. I can opine on that. And we're whole in criminal court or any court for that matter. So he's a fool. So just discredit people and just talk because he got a black gown and I never went to law school, so I should shut up pretty much. He's a fool. Yeah, anybody can take it to him. He's a fool.
Johnny.
That's all. And that's not his fault because the Bible even talk about fool.
No, obviously. If you are that knowledgeable, you're not wise, you are a fool. Johnny, the young man, people are finding, he says they shouldn't because we are talking
before Johnny come in, I wanted to talk about that case, and I think, I can understand what the guys are coming from, the guys that were blamed, and I won't go back in a little bit of history. Before I came to America many months ago, I used to work with EcoBank, and I'm just gonna throw inside story. And that's the fraud pattern that they carry out before I even got a lot of experience with fraud and everything else. What they do in Liberia, and I'm sure they still do it, because I'm talking about 25, almost 30 years later. Mm-hmm. They will send Johnny, if Johnny is the driver, Mr. 12 or whoever be shot, will give the credit check to Johnny as the driver or the special assistant. Johnny goes to EcoBank and cash that check, because guess what? Johnny's name is on there. So mm-hmm. Johnny will go to the bank and cash that check. So they don't want no evidence trail, no no check trail. So guess what? Tomorrow when they come out, guess what? Only Johnny needs. So Johnny bring this bag of money to whom, I mean, you know, so back to the office, give it to his boss, Twelve or John Doe. So tomorrow if there's evidence, I mean, there's audit or any investigation, guess what? Only Johnny you can tie that to, because Johnny is the one that cash out check and sign it. And sometimes depend on the amount. For the many years I was in Liberia, depending on the amount, some of those huge amounts, they're not even coming to a personal bankers and whatever it is. What I used to see when I was in EcoBank, when it's a big amount, we're talking about millions dollar check or whatever, huge thousands of check, whatever president of that government agency, the head of, say, the minister, will call the head of the bank, Mr. Gayman and others. He'll call the head of the bank and say, I'm sending Mr. Gayman, he is my ministry assistant, to cash this, you know, $35,000 or $100,000 check. They will in fact, someone else, sometimes they will go to the extent or even cash the check in advance, stack the money envelope and boxes and everything in advance. So when Mr. Gayman, who John Doe comes, he just come politely go in somebody office, pick up that bag or money carry. So tomorrow you have no trace. The only trace you got there is that check that was written to Mr. Gayman. So poor Mr. Gayman now become the person that go to jail, whereas the other minister free taking that money in cash. Of course, cash, there's no trail. So exactly, I can understand how those people feel, because be like, I'm just being poor messenger here trying to keep my job, you know, follow orders. Yeah, I am now. You know, now I gotta go to jail for something I'm completely innocent. And then, two, for them to open their mouth and talk, they don't want to talk because they don't want to throw 12 others on the bus. So now they gotta go to jail, you know. So that's a little backstory I want to tell you, but I don't know how far they were going in Liberia, because that's been decades thing. And I want to believe, and I'm very, very positive that's what happened in this case.
Yep, that's listen, in America we call it the fall guy, right? Somebody got to take the fall, so the guys get together, and it's, you know, I don't even want to go there, but Johnny, before we go to our other topics, what the young man was saying, this is why when people come from abroad, in most times they don't have respect for our professionals on the ground, because the thing that we pray here for, that we tell folk when you get to Liberia, stay in your lane. If you are a medical doctor, stay in your medical field. If you are whatever area you are, stay in your area, talk about what you know about, but it doesn't stop you from opining, making an opinion on stuff. So let's talk about the judicial system. Who are members of the judiciary that we know that are stakeholders, right? Let me give you a few. And I'll go from the bottom, and not because they are nobody, but at the bottom, we are talking about the 12 jurors, right? They are not lawyers. They are regular people from the community. They are market people. They are pimping people. They are lawyers. Some are professional folks. They sat down and listened to two expert lawyers, one defense, one prosecution, right? And they talk all the BB book. The common people came by and say, you know what? They think your story ain't even make sense. These people are not guilty. So Lafayette turned around now and said those people should not have an opinion because they go to law school. You see how stupid these people are in our country. Your take, Chief.
You know what, Mr. Gayman? It just makes me feel so bad about my country when people feel that because they have gotten a piece of degree, then everybody else should be stupid to them, and everybody should not have a logical understanding of something. Look, there are some things you can analyze it logically, just common sense will give you opportunity to say something. But you know, this is Liberia. I mean, I have experienced that many times. People, somebody come out of high school, they feel that they know everything. But who didn't come out of high school should not have a voice to say something. And these are the practices that are bringing the country down. They don't respect anybody else from any other professional background. Some lawyers in the country, they feel that they feel like they are the almighty. They are the almighty. And sometimes we can have a common discussion, just ordinary discussion. Their analysis doesn't even hold water. But meanwhile, they are from the Liberia Graduate School of Law. I have interacted with lawyers from our law school. We have discussed issues, just logical analysis of things. And you realize that you wonder how did they get past the law school to become a counselor at law, even become Anthony at law for becoming counselor at law. Law protect you is about logic. If you have done any other professional study, it also gives you an understanding of what to say about certain things. So it just disappointing that you have a person who is a lawyer telling people that you're not a lawyer person, no, you're not a lawyer, you can't opine. You can have a public opinion on matters. We had a public code of law. And sometimes the public opinion makes sense a lot to people. So why do we have in the system, we have a jury that are not lawyers? Juries, the people who serve on a jury council or whatever, they're not lawyers. They are there to listen to the plain facts in a matter. The plain facts, the circumstances that exist, and they link it to their own understanding. So if we have 12 persons agreeing on something unanimously, then you think that some of us who are outside of the law career, we cannot opine or cannot make opinion on matters of such. And it doesn't mean that our opinion is for fight. Our opinion should be taken as a legal ruling, but we also have a space to make decisions or to talk about issues that unfold. Just as lawyer, we talk about other matters. So you are a lawyer, you can discuss football matter. You are a lawyer, you can discuss social issues, right? So what make you think I'm not a lawyer? I can't discuss issues how to do a law, and law affects my life. What you say to me is, what you're saying doesn't hold legal understanding. I will agree because I'm not a legal person. What you're saying doesn't have legal backing. But do not just discount my opinion. To go to one law school in Morovia and you say that I make big show and say you're not a lawyer, you can't make. What is about lawyer? What is about a lawyer means so much that you want to make yourself feel so extraordinary in this country? And this is the reason why the country doesn't progress. Because people feel that by having a career in certain field, they should have the one want to be. And it's true, we come to you for your expert advice. We can come to a lawyer for expert advice on legal matter. But that does not make you to feel that someone who is not lawyer cannot opine or cannot make our opinion on matters that are legal matters too. So I think he should go back and read it. I think he knows clearly that the perspective for where he spoke, I think may be different, but I don't think he clearly intended to just say that those who are not lawyers should not make opinion on these things. I think that's an error on his part. He should not make such statement. And if he knows that what he did was wrong, he should come out to the public and apologize for making such statement.
Yeah, because when you look at the legal system, right, from the Supreme Court to the regular court, in between there you got police officers, the law enforcers that do arrests, and from there you have the people who work in the prison. Okay, they are also law enforcement. They are part of the law. The people who cook in the jail system, they also follow. There are certain guidelines that they need to follow. They are also part of the web that we call the legal system. So if something happened, the lawyers, the judges, they will call the police. You arrested this man, yeah, you did it, yeah, where's the charge sheet? You write it out. This is what he did. Do you have any evidence? Forensic, for who are not lawyers, their job is to collect evidence. They will also testify in a legal case. They will opine. They will say, my opinion, based on my expertise, based on the evidence, this is what it is. So for someone to say that if you are outside of the legal system, you should just, like some folks will say, you are a black man, you play basketball, shut up, just bounce the ball and get paid and go home. Not knowing that playing basketball or soccer is not just about basketball or dribbling. It involves calculus, it involves geometry, it involves psychology, it involves physical education. So you can just get up and say, okay, you are a nurse. You don't have anything to say about the legal profession. But yes, but as a nurse, if I were taking care of this patient, okay, They may want to ask me, was he dead when he got there or whatever? What did you do to revive this patient? You were testified as a person. You are part of the legal system, so it's a whole web. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's great to be on, and I hope you guys had an awesome weekend. Great to see Johnny and great to see Telvy as well.
The weekend was great with Mother's Day, so you know how to do my honeydew. I drove the women around, then I drove my girls back to campus, 6 hours each way.
Wow, awesome.
I can't say fun.
Happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers out there.
That's right. Our wives and daughters and everybody that plays a motherly role. We say, hopefully your Mother's Day was beautiful. I'm warning you again. June 21st is Father's Day. I want to hear from you guys. I want money. Robert, we are talking about legal issues. We are talking about current event in Liberia. There's no shortage of news everywhere. The Tour case is trending. Who is the loser? Who are the winners there? There's a major. That, I mean, they blow back on this split decision where the man who signed the check, the guy who went to the bank and cashed the check, you didn't find them guilty. But the regular secretary were found guilty. This is what we are talking about, and people are going nuts. It is crazy. How does the legal system do this? How do you find the sign off of the check, the encasher of the check, the guy who went to the bank and got a bag of money? You find other than not guilty, but the guy who is advising the president, you find it's unbelievable what's going on. Robert, your take before hold on real quick. Let me work on Tomalin. Oh no, not Tomalin. Oh Lord, come and break the protocol. First thing first, Sarah Dopoh worker, I know you're gonna kill me. Are you there?
I'm here.
Good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm listening.
Hi, Sarah.
How you doing, Mama?
Good. Let me work on Tomalin, then I'll go back to Robert.
Yes. Thank you, man. Gayman, thank you. I've been following you for a long time. Thank you so much, man. Hold the turf, you know. And also, I want to say Happy Mother's Day again. Belated Mother's Day to all the mothers. I hope everyone had a good Mother's Day. Everybody treated a significant other well, and also their mother. If you have a mothers alive, hope we treated them well too, and so forth. Yesterday for us, our old timer, we serving the women the mothers in our group, served them with barbecue and served them. They were just sitting and relaxed. We were on the grill and serving them on Sunday because, made them feel happy, made them feel good. But it was a good time, and I think I'm sure everybody enjoyed the Mother's Day celebration. And I just thank God that we were able to celebrate that day. So also, as we also talk about our country every day, but we're not going to stop. We keep talking till we get it right. But I don't know whether we'll get it right this generation. I don't know. But just sometimes you think that you're still far from reality, but I don't know where we're going, but we just got to pray and hope is not a plan. But Gayman, thank you, man. Let's rock and roll.
Yes. Robert, you were in flight.
Thank you. Listen, the fact that this case, we're still talking about it, and I think we will continue to talk about this case for a long time leading up to 2029. It's indicative of how important this case was politically. And I've been reading some of our friends' social media posts. I've been listening to interviews, and I just want to use this opportunity to be very clear. We need to be clear that we want to fight corruption. Every well-meaning Liberian wants to fight corruption. I want to make that abundantly clear. We want to fight corruption, but I think as a country, as polarized as our society is, I think we must ask ourselves all of the right questions. And part of what we ask ourselves must be, how do we go about fighting corruption? Should we fight corruption politically, or should we fight corruption fairly, based on the facts? It's one thing to politicize a case like of this magnitude, and it's another thing to say, um, what does it look like from face value? Is the government truly interested in fighting corruption, or should we support witch hunting on grounds that corruption is being fought? And I think this is where the government got it wrong. This is where some of our friends have gotten it wrong. I'm not sitting here rejoicing because Samuel Twe have got $6.2 million sitting in some bank account that we don't know, I don't know about, that he is enjoying this money with his family and CDC that we don't know about. And I'm just glad that, he just got away with it. This is not the logic here, right? The issue is the approach as to how we fight corruption must be one that is not targeted, that is not political. We must fight corruption squarely based on truth telling, facts, so that when we go to court, our government can be transparent with us, especially those who truly wish to fight corruption. We want to see corrupt ministers, corrupt government officials, corrupt public servants held accountable in court based on truth, based on facts. And here is the question I put forth to those who are questioning our position on this issue. Where are the facts? Where are the truth? Where are they? Because the government had one job, Mr. Gayman. That job was to go to court and prove beyond the reasonable doubt that one, September 8th through the 21st, 2023, $6.1 million that were meant for national security purposes were diverted for personal use. That two, they were cash withdrawal done on those dates. Did they prove that in court? The answer is no. They didn't. They didn't. They didn't. Why has the president withdrawn his letter to audit the NSA? Why? I think these are all very important things to look at. Why? Why are there monies going to the NSA faster than any administration? Why? So, I don't understand the spin about, the government won this case. This is not about winning and losing. But I think the reason why it has become that, Mr. Gayman, is because this case was predicated on an election comes 2029. That election would have pushed a political narrative that not only CDC and its officials were sanctioned, some of them put on visa restrictions based on corruption claims and allegations, that a legitimate court in the Republic of Liberia has solidified that claim.
Right.
That the chief financier of the Republic of Liberia under the administration of this very notorious corrupt group of folks in CDC have now been found guilty of money laundering. What was the other charges?
Economic sabotage.
Economic sabotage, and all of these charges. The verdict that came for Samatwe have shut that down. And they are heteroskata. They are confused because now they have to go back to re-strategize. How do we go out there come 2029 to talk about corruption and what we've done? And I'll close on this note so the other guys can come in. If this government was serious about corruption, it won't be done selectively.
Thank you.
Why is it that Amin Modala wasn't forwarded for prosecution? Why? He misused public fund. He used monies that was meant for something else. Why is it that the government has not done that? What happened to the 26 officials that were recommended that violated national code of conduct? What happened to them? What have this government done about them?
Don't forget about MCSS.
I mean, the whole 9 yards. So we all want to fight corruption, but we do not want political targeting. This case of Samatwe was a clear example of political targeting because this government failed to prove its case, present the facts, the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And it has become political because it has changed the narrative come 2029 about CDC and how corrupt they are.
Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Some people are telling me, don't be too happy. This could be a town trap. The actual big fish in this pond is not Twe, is a person in the CDC that have the presidential potential, and that person's case is coming up. If they found that person guilty, you don't come by and say, oh, they caught it wrong. They will say, well, when Senator Twe was let go, you were here happy. Now Kofa is going to jail for lifetime. You don't complain. You don't see the setup here?
Mr. Gayman?
Yes.
The Liberian people know the truth. The Liberian people know the truth. Nobody can fool a vast majority of the Liberian people anymore. Those days are gone. And my question to the Unity Party is, why Twe? Why are behind the one man? Because they simply want to corroborate the lies that they sent to Washington, D.C. that put most of the people on sanction. They want to corroborate that. And the court disappointed them. They bring Kofa case, they go bribe people to put Kofa in jail. It will not work. The people who burned the Capitol building, they're sitting there right there Monday. They know them. So Liberian people are not stupid. They are not stupid. Okay? Just like Robert said, you want to fight corruption, but you pretending like you're fighting it. And you know you got no interest in it. That's what the United Party government is doing. United Party, Baka nephew, that stole thousands of dollars from MCSS. What happened to that case? Why are they not prosecuting them? Do some due diligence now. Prosecute your opponent, then you prosecute your own people too. Let's see. Let's see something now. Make the equation to be balanced here. Don't come here and can't pretend like you're fighting corruption when you know you're not interested in corruption. You only want to make sure that CDC does not appear on the ballot 2029. Is this a serious government? The amount of massive corruption daily that is going on in the government here. Every day, that's different thing. Why you can go after them and persecute them too? So the Liberian people can see some seriousness in you. But you running behind Twe. Oh, they've not free Twe, and so you're going for Kofa. Oh, when Kofa on a case come, you don't see no wahala inside. You make something up to put him in jail. The country will boy. That one will make you to be a viable party. The Liberian people already know United Party is a corrupt party. Right now, the crown people behind them for their son. Just solo. They use that man abandon him. Okay? That is the kind of party they are. They know how to lie on you. They know how to do anything to make you look like that before the eyes of the Liberian people. And the people are not falling for that nonsense anymore. So let them go dig. The same thing you walk try to go to jail for, Garguah doing the same thing. Garguah disbursing money. He even going beyond his statutory or limitation or whatever they call it. How do you call that? That's not corruption. That's not corruption there, my people. You tell your answer, oh yeah. Then you say you're running behind your opponent for corruption. You think we're stupid here? Nobody's stupid here. And you serious to fight corruption, you will tell where you got that money from to build that mansion in for ya. You would have gone through the PPCC law so the Liberian people can know, because you keep the power based on transparency. That's what you taught us. We know where you got the money from. One talking, you say you know, but if you had known you are going to do something, now you know you do fusa. We move from there. You were behind George, right? You said George here. Your people they say George we are there for the same condominium. Why are you building now to your rehab mansion? They play 11. What are you building there? What are you building there, Mr. President? United Party people need to go for a play to say that they lost the case because they never had any evidence. And they bring any other case, they will lose it as long as they don't have the evidence. That people are not stupid anymore. Thank you.
Let me work on Victor.
So, I'll show your face more, man. Please. Boy, they might have face though.
The way that work.
I put him on cartoon, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm now going to speak to
no says that.
Let me just say, Johnny, hello, hello, Rabo, hello, Jerome, hello, yeah. Anybody else around, you're telling I say hello. But it is good to be here. Cyril, hello. You CDC people here, you people really put it in their hand.
Johnny, hey, Mr. Nagbe, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
No,
So,
but we gotta be
this.
realistic here, Mr. Nagbe. Seriously, let's be realistic here.
Man, the woman that raise her kids, you don't come here, you don't start over again.
No, I'm not wrestling with her. But I wanted to speak to the point that Telvi made. I was listening, and he was just talking about some of the common practices in Liberia, where the underman is designated and sent to the bank. I understand that. I mean, we all did that. But I think this is what the investigation is supposed to reveal. Right? Usually in Liberia here, you don't just give anybody a check. You have to endorse the check to their name. The check has to come from somebody, and then it is transferred to another person, and that person then becomes the foot soldier or whatever that is. So, again, I think what is happening here, either it is incompetence, or this is intentional, political, gimmickry that we're witnessing here. We said back then, few months ago, that this government, we think it is intentionally winning by losing. We think they're putting some legal, what shall we call it? Putting something in the bank balance that they can call on tomorrow, when they themselves will be prosecuted. They probably believe that the CDC is going to be the government that's going to succeed them, and so they are giving them something to hold in the bank on their behalf, and then when their time comes, they will go and call in the chips and whatever. You know what we did for you when we were there, that kind of stuff. But that could be a mistaken assumption. There are a lot of us in this space, and we are going to exact our own values. This is not going to be a coronation by anybody, by de facto. No, it is not going to happen. But I believe what is happening with Samuel Pewee case and all of that, I think it's just incompetence on the part of this government. I think the investigation that should have been conducted, forensic and all of that, I think they were incapable or unwilling, or both, to do them. How is it? You just said that, Jerome. The case involved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. The principal has been exonerated of all charges. And then the undermen are guilty for conspiring. Conspiring with whom? They conspire with the big fish to commit the crime. If you send a big fish home, you must acquit all of them. It doesn't make sense.
If the glove don't fit,
it doesn't fit, you must acquit. You must acquit. So these guys, they're fooling around. They think we're all stupid. They can go ahead and have their day. It's okay. But we're building. 2029 is going to come, and that is going to be the judgment day for all of us. We will see who's going to go home packing, And who's going to be measuring the curtains in the executive mansion? This kind of foolishness is totally nonsense. And they know that. They're pulling the curtain over our eyes. They think we're stupid. We don't know what they're doing. How does it make sense to anybody? But Minister Pewee, I think he has been set free. I understand the other gentlemen are calling for a retrial of the case because now, of course, they have grounds to argue that, look, this is, I think one of them, it was even at a hung jury or something like that.
Yes.
So, all of these things, it's a waste of our time and a waste of our people's resources. They spend so much money. If they told you the budget, that went into this investigation, wanted to come back to where we started. And Samuel Pewee is right for calling press conferences and writing whatever he's writing now. I think they gave him the opportunity to do that. But we're glad to be here. We want to talk about what we did over the past 2 weekends. If we're given the opportunity, we were in Maryland. I heard you drove 6 hours one way. I drove 3 hours one way myself. We're in Silver Spring at the Grand Judah Association. Very beautiful program. But Musa Belete spoke from the heart. We're still getting the reviews from the speech. Basically, he was calling on the Grand Judah people to pay attention to what is happening to the Putu Mountain. And he was talking from the experience of the Nimba people. What is happening to the Nimba people, the Grand Judah people should take lesson from that and continue to voice out now. They should talk to their leaders who are their representatives in the legislature and let them know they need to understand exactly what is in this agreement for Grand Judah County. Nimba didn't do that. And today, Nimba is picking up peanuts. And Musa is urging them to pay attention to what is happening. Not only those of them in the states here, but to call on the people back home, to call on their legislators and question them. Let the legislator ask the hard questions. What is in this for Grand Judah County? Because these holes that these people are going to be digging, we all know bombing holes. They are not renewable. You dig a hole, that's it for the rest of our eternity. Unless they want to have green water and blue water and yellow water in their backyards, which the people of bombing have now. But they have a right to demand what is in this MDA that these people are structuring. Nimba Grand Judah must be made whole. Basically, that was the essence of his message. I think it was well received. The crowd was very good. We had a good time, but miss you guys on Friday and so. But it's good to be with you.
Great. Let me go.
Before we go to the next topic, I wanted to add there, or Tomalin come in.
Yeah, Tomalin come in.
Okay, I'll hold
on. Okay.
Wait, Jean is saying they're not hearing me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he said you didn't say hello to them. What's your problem?
You say hello.
Hello, CDC Jean.
Tomalin, welcome to the show.
Nobody you'll be here to CDC now.
Oh, the other one hiding behind that thing there.
I'm telling you,
Sarah is hot today.
Yeah, she came ready at it.
She came with the fire and the whip.
The bro walking with the pepper. Tomalin, you are there. Come on, let's talk. But anyway, I
wanted to add to this whole check thing and everything. Just because I've seen it several ways. Mr. Nagbe, I know you talk about a third-party endorsement, but sometimes what I've seen is they were not even endorsing a third party. They write the check directly to John Doe, to whoever that person is, or sometimes they're ready to that vendor because when that vendor bring the money back, they all share it. It's a cash transaction. They do it all kind of crazy ways. Then I saw it in Liberia one was there in the bank. And then, but what's concerning to me about this whole Liberia investigation, that they're not even concerned about was the money used for the intended purpose, or they can track every penny. They're concerned about economic sabotage and this and that. Okay, was the money used for intended purposes? The state millions are we able to trace it dollar for dollar, end to end? I didn't see any of that in the report. That should be the primary thing.
What is making it difficult for them, Telvi, is
they say it's NSA.
That's right. They secure the money.
But they don't start it. If you know you can't investigate a process.
The security is classified, is this and that. But they want other people to go to jail for free.
But even if it's classified, then you must be able to, that's the information you can bring to the public, even here. But you must be able to tell the people if you are able to account for the money. Okay, of the 6.2 million, we were able to trace 5 million, and this 2 million we cannot trace and stuff like that.
They can't do it, David. They don't have the infrastructure in place.
Of course,
everything in there is corrupted.
Crow said it in the past when Crow went to do the investigation. They're going to try dollar for dollar. everybody will have a problem going in because there's no system for you to track things end to end. You go and you hit a road bump because they don't do that thing on a system letter to do it paper and handwriting and all of that. It'll be hard. So really give.
You know, Tavi, this case was never about finding Tua guilty or not. And these people just wanted to, they just wanted to put up a show. You remember, they wanted Steve Zago to put Tua in handcuffs, just to embarrass him and make a statement. These incompetent UP people, this is what they were after. They didn't really care about 2.6. They don't care. Look, these people, they'll go and fire Talu from National Bank and then go behind the door and pay. They don't care. It's not their money.
That's
they don't
crazy.
care. It is
You
not
are
their
absolutely
money.
right, Mr. Nagbe. It was not about finding anything.
It was never about finding anything. It was just about putting on a show to embarrass,
But to put some, I'll put spotlight alert and then we'll move on. To put some blame on everybody, to tell you the truth, CDC, to end up a process and all of that. I am concerned that they didn't even have a structured check cashing, this whole procurement and the whole cashing and just the whole accounting system in place that they didn't have, and that you go into something. They know about it. It started, when Kamara and not Kamara, Kamara and Tata Colin, all of them were there. I'm surprised that they didn't have a platform or some software in place that you can, accounting software or procurement process in place that you can follow end to end. Or maybe they destroyed the evidence when they were leaving. Because when I look at the authority, what are people, the Freeport people, not Freeport, airport report today. I mean, to be very honest, CDC destroyed every evidence. The board meeting, the reports, management, the audit report, everything. The whole process, they trashed you. They destroyed the whole process so that if you go in, even as an international body, if you go in and audit, you will not be able to audit nothing because they destroy all the evidence, So
they did.
You don't want them to need to go.
How many times the Minister of Finance got burned on assignment to it? You can't even count.
Nothing.
That's what it did.
I mean, I look at the report, I was just you need to put all these people in jail. How can you destroy evidence? This is a crime.
But and that's not what this government was about, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't cut you.
No,
they're not really interested in solving anything. They're just trying to, pay back, exact punishment and embarrassment to the citizens. And now they themselves, I think the whole thing splashed in their faces. They've misfired. Zago doesn't have a job for the same case, and now the man has come back. Now Zago now can go and sue them for messing around with his livelihood and firing him for no reason. He should do that. I hope he will. But these people are so incompetent, they don't even know how to do a bad thing bad. Everything they do, they miss it. That's how competent they are. They can't do anything good. They can't do anything bad.
Yeah, but I mean, I think I agree with Telvi and everybody else on the issue of incompetence. Because, look, no matter what happened, there's always a trace of a crime that is committed. No matter what you do, So, I mean, like, let's say, for example, the scenario is that checks were made in people's name and had no link to Tua and whatever. It's not possible because if you make a check, the check should have some reference document. How can you make a check in my name, 200,000? So what service did I provide? And you're giving me a check for 200,000. You understand what I'm saying? You can make a check in your name for 200,000 and any supportive document that say didn't provide these services or he did this, and so there's the pay for his company. So if they were very serious, they would have gone deep into investigation, and they would have clue to some of the issues that led to those individuals that play around the money. But because, like everybody is saying, competence is a problem, and whether it's a conscious act on their part to not be competent enough to do this thing, and even as it is, like Nagbe said, to do a bench where let's say this thing so tomorrow, they put it over, we can reference that, so we help you out to your help us. All these things do not help Liberia. They put a broad back into the hole, into a very deep hole that will be hard to recover from. And that's why I always say, with all that happening, whether little or small or big, there's a need to get the two groups out of our shoulders. The two groups, the CDC and UP, need to leave the state. Let's see a new phase of leadership. Let's see how a new group can manage our natural resources, our income, and everything. Other than that, we will be in the same place. While we are discussing here, they are drinking wine now. They are celebrating. They are drinking wine. Both groups are celebrating, both groups, whether CDC or UP. You know what I'm saying? So it is important for the people to know that these two groups have had this country for the last 20 years plus. And let's measure what we got in the country. 20 years, let's compare anybody around us 20 years. Whether we are equal to them, or we are below them. And I would say we are below them. We are still struggling to get up. You know, it's like what the mother say, he say, we are behind those that are behind. We have to try to do something better. I mean, everybody's bringing O2F free. So what? So to every so what again the $6.2 million? So but let's go back again. Do they really have evidence that 6.2 was missing? Because then I spent the lawyer, then come out the lawyer who talk about saying we don't know, we cannot make opinion on the matter. A sound trained lawyer must allow the police to conduct investigation. He must sit and review the investigation findings, the evidence produced by the investigation, and see how strong they are to go for guilt. If those evidence are not enough to go for guilt, you don't charge. That's professional aspect of the lawyering. You cannot get post charge also because they post charge there. If you don't have enough evidence to find the person to go for guilt, don't charge them. If all of the evidence collected do not lead to guilt, don't charge. Leave it. Keep conducting investigation. Keep researching the situation until you can have watertight evidence that when you go down for anybody, they will be found guilty because they mismanage or abuse public trust or public fund. But you just get in China with any kind of offense, then they can come kind of court and defeat you, broad day defeat you, it's against the state. So all the money the state used for investigation, for prosecution was in vain. It was waste of the people money, waste of our time. You understand? So anyway, that's my brother for you. That's where we are. Until Liberians, all of us on this show and don't listen to us, we all can begin to analyze and say, look, we have to take a bold decision to let the two groups go and rest for a while. Let them wait for a while. Let's see what happens with Cummings, with Moniba, with Peabody, with Gongloe. Let's see what happens next in this country. But we keep the two groups here. I'm afraid we will not get the kind of success we want in this country. We'll keep arguing on simple things that don't matter to us at all.
Well, I have a different view from you and Telvi. It is not competence. It's not the lack of competence. Remember, the people who steal from us the most are the most competent people who knows how to close the loopholes. If they're not doing it because they don't know what to do, they know exactly. Why you think Joseph Boakai, President Boakai said, I am bringing Garguah back? Because he knows the ministry very well. He didn't say, I'm bringing Garguah back to grow the economy, to introduce new systems. No, that was not why he was brought back. That is, if we need $20 million or $10 million in 4 years, how do we get the money there to build this house without being caught? And he's going to do it. People have not been paid for months. They are complaining. Who do you call? Garguah, how do you deal with this? Garguah said, we send the money to the bank, and the bank refused to release the money. And the bank had to come out and say, our reputation is on the line. We will not accept this. When the money is remitted to our account, it goes directly into your account. So these are men and women that actually know exactly what they are doing. And they are using it. And when Boakai came, he said, I'm going to order the NSA. When he found out that the NSA is a bunch of money that, there's no restriction as to how you can spend it. It cannot be audited. All you say is national security. So you saw he dropped that note about auditing the NSA. The boys told him, are you kidding me? This is where you spend money unaccounted for. That's national security. Anything. $20 million, $8 million, just transfer it there. To stop that, you have to be a man or woman of courage and conviction. Listen.
Mr. Gayman, let me just jump in 1 minute. I think this is why this boy had to leave. Kamara had to leave. He just reminded me.
That's correct.
I think that's why I'm saying because this man is talking about health issue. Since he left the Ministry of Finance, I've not heard about any major health issue he has been facing.
No.
And I guess he was trying to be ethical in his job to say, I cannot do this. This is not appropriate. This is not what we're doing for. And then the group of elements around the old man and everybody else said, no, the guy can't stay here. He stays here. I guess also the idea of that construction work info came about. He opposed it to some serious extent. I'm saying guessing. I'm not sure. But I'm trying to look at things that have unfolded when he left. And when he was there, I guess he tried to put some status on things. And because he said, no, I cannot fix my senior to this kind of check, or I cannot release this kind of money, I think that's why they came to the issue of saying, you got to go. And then the whole issue of he coming back to say he was sick, he had some health issues. The man left from there health issues, on health issues. Up to current, I haven't heard, if you know, you have heard about Kamara's health condition being very poor to the extent that he cannot move around. Let me know, but I don't think he has that kind of issue right now. I guess if working somewhere else better.
He got a better job.
Yeah, so this, it we're doing circumstantial analysis to what is happening at the finance ministry and what he may have been doing there. I guess he left because he was putting some strong measures in place. He was helping to stop some things from happening, and we're not going well with the followers and the old man, and so the advice the man should go.
Yep, that is the issue we have, and it just never stops. Let me go to Victor. Victor, there's something going on in the midst of this job issue in Liberia today. All of a sudden, Metascue has begun to hunt anybody who near 60 or 60. Keep them out. Say the Liberian law say you're 60, you can't work. All of a sudden, they're just, I mean, this is crazy. They said, Metascue call in 78 top people and say you got a 60 or near 60, you gotta go. Excella Metal Liberia has begun implementing the retirement of employees who have reached 60, a move that has triggered complaints from several affected workers who allege that the process was carried out abruptly and without consultation. According to the retirement notice dated April 3rd, 2026, and obtained by Daily Observer, the company informed employees under the subject implementation of retirement at the age of 60 that the exercise and intended to ensure compliance with Liberian labor law. So the labor minister is from Nimba. The Unity Partisans are calling for jobs. They're going making no more new jobs. So you just go around and say, you know what? Listen, man, just lay that off and blame it on the government. The government law says 60. Whether you are the top engineer, you did, it doesn't matter. You gotta go. Victor, this is terrible. The amount of knowledge that we are transferring to the garbage bin because we are hiding under this political ambience of, well, you don't blame us, the law. So Metascue banned the country all this year. They just finding out that people turning 60.
Yeah, I think the labor laws in Liberia allow you to work up to 65. I mean, it's not a big difference between 60 and 65, but I think the mandatory retirement age is 65. And even now, people with specialized skills sometimes,
of course,
are told to hold on, consultancy on it. Yeah, I don't understand what this is about. I mean, again, if you have, a strong government that will advocate for you, I don't know if these people were seconded by the government or these are on private contract, I don't know. But 60 is not a mandatory retirement age in Liberia, I think. 65, I believe is. But even at 65, you can be given certain dispensation to continue to work. You don't have to necessarily be called out of the blue and just told, you must, today's your, this is your last month or so to quit. But having said that, is the employer market in Liberia, and so if it is the employees market, you have options, but not many options are available to our people. Jobs like metal steel, those are high paying, jobs, and so they are sought after, and so metal steel, I guess they will continue to call the shots. But it doesn't sound quite from the onset, it sounds like something that some strong army is going on. But I'm just hearing about it, so I don't have much on it. I didn't read up on it. I will look for it and take a look at it. But I'm just saying off the top of my head, you can't force somebody to retire in Liberia at age 60. 65, I think, is the retirement age. Even then, again, arrangements can be made where you can continue to either consult or you continue to actually actively work until sometime later.
Robert Garguah, are you there? Or are you pushing your cartoon too? Okay, let me go to Johnny.
Yeah, I know that 60 is the early retirement age. It's not compulsory. 60 is early retirement, and the compulsory age for retirement is 64, 65. And let me say, Nagbe said, if you are of a specific professional background that is needed by the agency, you can get some dispensation, or in otherwise they will terminate you legally and then give you contract. And give you contract to come back. I know of an engineer at the Aslamita, the old man is a railroad engineer. He was retired and they will call him back as a consultant to support the work. I've been around 70 or more years old. And he's one man that really understands the rail system, track, the track repair, track maintenance, and all of that. But, like we said, once the country gets so politically tense, so everything that happens now, it takes more political flavor. And that is why people need to be careful how to make decisions and look at the timing of these kind of matters. And a country where unemployment is increasing on a monthly basis, meaning people who were employed by NGOs, those NGOs are closing down. The only private sector now that's open for employment is Aslamita, the Mountain, Western Cluster. And frankly speaking, most of the employment opportunities to those places are like 80-90% influenced politically. And I know that for a fact, few friends that applied to Aslamita a few years back when Senator Johnson was alive, they had to go to him to help and write or recommend them to Aslamita for a job. It was a little bit difficult. Very few persons were successful to be employed by Aslamita on their own, just organically, being employed. But it's not that easy. So with the situation where we have a lot of people are unemployed and there are a lot of people that have graduated from various universities in different professional backgrounds, I think the state is in a serious state of dilemma to create jobs for young people who are professionally trained now. But I think this thing has been done through some careful labor statistics, analyze the figures, professional-wise, know who they are, how many persons in the industry or study, what are the opportunities created by these, concession agreements or concession years, and see how they can fit in with young people that are graduated, not necessarily being political. But again, the UP guys are crying a lot now on their own government for not being employed. So in the midst of all these cries that they are not employed, and now we're hearing about Aslamita taking action against people at 60, I think they're trying to create room for their partisans to be employed. That's my opinion. It's not a fight, but that's my thought. I hope nobody take that against me also. But I think those are things that may be unfolding right now at the level of the Aslamita employment and retirement process.
Yeah, tell me this one is not Johnny Preview. Yeah. Yeah. This one says this one we're not talking about innuendos, we're not talking about gossip. It says this here. The company added that the process was aimed at aligning its employment policy with that of Liberia's. They were reminded. This requirement ensures that our employment practices are aligned with the governing regulatory framework for Liberia, which clearly defines retirement eligibility for our employees. It also supports our continued effort to strengthen our operation efficiency along with the government. Tell me, you don't have to. The American man said, if it walks like a dog, it quacks like a dog. It's definitely a dog. These people are saying the government reminded us that retirement age is 60. So, hey, we want to work along with the government. We want to be in our regulatory satisfaction. 60, you got to leave. It's not only 60, but all near 60. I don't know what near 60 means. The letter is so vague. Like they're casting a very wide net, right? They can Oh, my man, you're 59 and a half. Okay, that's good, you got to go. So they are making room. I mean, the first day, 78 staff for upper management, 78. That's almost 100 staff. From one company, that's a lot. And they are bringing in, obviously, letters of recommendations are in already. Like when I went to visit one of the former LEC bosses, so the people came in, they sent me a list of 150 people that I need to hire. How? There's no resume. Some of these people could barely speak English. So what is it they're going to do here at LEC? But he just gave me the list, said these are parties, so you got to put them on the payroll. So we can't do it. There's nowhere for them to work. So here we are, Metasphere is telling the folks now, according to the government, that we got reminded that the regulation says 60, you got to go or near 60. So they are just dredging everybody out. I mean, this is terrible.
So, Gayman, it's all around sad for a country like Liberia, because it's not like here where even if they retire you, you can go work at Walmart or somewhere and get a little side income. In Liberia, you're stuck. But from a compliance standpoint, I can understand that, because as you brought this topic, I was researching and I was looking up the 2017 pension law, and it did reference 60 for standard pension, and then 65 for that is a must. 65 is a hard stop where for government as well as everybody else, they must exit 65. Then somebody would argue why now. I mean, it's been in that policy, but only thing there is, that Liberia environment. Somebody say, oh, you didn't do it. I was saying doing it now. But we know when from government, to your point, every time there's a new government, they come with a new list. So it could be they're trying to backfill their list, what they not give them, because they want to be on the government side now. They want to continue to be in Liberia, to do business. So every government, they want to meet their requirement. I don't want to believe, like here, what they lay people off because they want to bring the young generation in, or they're using more AI tools and stuff like that. I think it's more, they got this list and government cannot even give enough jobs to the people, and they're trying to backfill this list. That's all it is. But if they were to want to look at it from a governance standpoint or for what it should be, they are. I know about the near 65. I saw exact 65 and I saw 65. I mean, exact 60 and the 65. So at the end of the day, if it's in their policy, then they're right. They must just get the people their package so they can put the book and go make a way to market. That's all. That's what I can say, because they will have no case if they go to Supreme Court. They will have no case.
Victor, this is, the folks in America here, because this is where most of us get our point of references. They say not because it's legal mean it is right. It may be legally right because it's on the books, but it doesn't mean morally that's what you do, especially when you have that range, right, from 60 to 65. But in the letter that Metasphere wrote, they were mandated near 60. I don't know what near 60 is. So this is, you can see policy written all over this. It's like using the what's on the books as a pretext for creating job for partisan. I mean, 78 people on day one.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, wear my manners. Happy Mother's Day to all of our beautiful women. Kehleboe, happy Mother's Day. Sarah Leaf, happy Mother's Day to Sarah and all the sedition on here. James McBarrow, the ENC people. What's your girl name again? The nurse, Jerome?
Utelvi?
Not the
Tiola Gibson.
Tiola Gibson, happy Mother's Day to my darling wife, Mix. We had a good time yesterday. Our son took us out to a Mexican joint. Happy Mother's Day to my mother-in-law, my Jeanette Garmy. She watches the show, and sometimes, she'll make comments about some discomfort, but happy Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all mothers. Look, and somebody reminded me just now, what I say, I guess the settlement is now creating any more new jobs, and there are people to comment. This smacks of politics, and the way the UP government operates. I don't want to go out on a limb here and say, this is politically motivated, but it's possible that these people are trying to find way into these corporations, and they're finding all kinds of technical people to kind of smoke people out and put their people in. I mean, another gentleman was on the network here accusing Dillon of refusing to confirm his brother, George Solo, the late, as ambassador to Italy or so. So I don't want to go below the belt here and start slinging allegations all over the place. But near 60 is not illegal. It's not a that's not a that's not a that and let me channel my DSCPP brother here, the erudite lawyer, Lafayette Gu, who said we're not told legalese if we're not lawyers. So, but I can tell you this from my layman point of view, near 60 is not a legal requirement to retire. So I think our guys might have a case here. They probably need to go to Lafayette Gu to represent them and see if they can beat this back. I think, like Tevi said, I think the hard stop is 65. Even then, I agree with Johnny. Also, sometimes you can even be giving some dispensation, especially if you're serving a specialized, capacity. And even there, again, sometimes they hold you on for consultancy. I think Johnny said that also. Retire you, and then you can do consultancy. And sometimes you even end up making more money retired because then you're charging by the hour or so, whatever it is. So I think they might have a case here. The people who are being over 70 people, and that doesn't really, and that's
Okay, let me, ladies and gentlemen, this is a friend of mine, dear friend of mine, who just passed away in Liberia. His name is Bill Martin. I was in Liberia in January. Johnny, you were not here. We went to the Embassy Hotel. We were watching the Cup of Africa. You can see the African Cup of Nation. And he came in, and we were having a great time. That was mid-January. They called me Friday. The guy just died.
Jesus, man.
Bill Martin, very popular young man. If you grew up in Monrovia, St. Patrick's, you name it, that's Bill Martin. But he told me something when I was there. He said, Jerome, after 20 years, you came and you looked for me. You called me. He said, Jerome, that's not how it is here in this country. So even our friends that are in government, you call them, they won't even pick up the phone.
Yeah.
They behave like they don't know you. Even people you went to school with, they behave like they don't know you. He said, this town is terrible.
Yeah.
He was complaining that if you have problem in Monrovia, forget about your friends. People you grew up with, Maboro, what's she talking?
This woman, Jerome, she needs to go in Zialitulu for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll put her in the back and make sure she doesn't come back for a week.
You better be buying ticket to come to our reunion, Jim, bro, so that we can finally
better be there.
Yeah, finally, you get let out. Yeah, you can actually come out and vent live.
Yes.
When you see them in their faces.
Sorry for your loss, man. When we hung out, I never got to meet him, but I know we watched a couple of nations and other places. I think one of the places we went to Fusion. I think we went to Fusion twice, I believe, you and I.
Yeah.
And you went also go to the embassy there, but sorry for the loss. But it's really becoming so scary in Liberia, Jerome. You wake up, it's almost on a weekly basis. You lose someone close. I mean, my nephew and nieces, I gotta text this money. It's really I don't know if it is just people not reaching the doctors, but we all come from Monrovia. We don't ever go for wellness check. We say that here all the time. Here I think 6 months is the maximum. You don't see your doctor in 6 months. They don't even renew your prescription. You gotta go in, get a blood work done, and then they will renew your prescription. But most of our people, they don't go to the hospital until they're sick. Even then, when they're sick, they drink Kehleboe and all that. But as you advance in age, the body's regeneration and repair system is weak. Just think of it like any machinery. The older it gets, the more difficult it becomes to restore it. So you gotta really You know, people got to go to the hospital. You know, I don't know. You know, I know the money matters. You know, yeah, this thing costs money. But you know, you getting the money, you eat kobo pambada, you warm it 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, you're sweating. You know what I mean? Come on now, you drop a dumbbell in the morning, and then you know you start walking up and down. You're a walking dead. You know. Yes, go to the doctor, let them check your blood. Most of the time, it's always hypertension, you know, or diabetes. You know, those are the major, you know, things that are really that are afflicting our people. I don't know where your friend Bill died from, but you know, my sympathies to you and all of your friends and people who know him. But our people gotta go to the hospital, man. You know, we gotta go to the hospital. You know, I know everybody. You know, soon you start feeling funny, you go to either pharmacy, you get terrible, give me terramazine. Yeah.
But you know, Telvi. Before I go to Telvi, let me go to Johnny because Johnny is on the ground. Johnny, look, if you are in Liberia, I don't tell you there. If you take $5 US and you give it to a friend or anybody, look, the people appreciate so much as though you have done something so big. And I want to believe so because that lady that went to give birth at the Redemption Hospital, and they say she didn't have the $5 registration, and they allowed that woman to close the gate. She had a baby on the sidewalk on the street.
Yeah. That is sick.
That's how sickening it is.
That
So
is sick.
if you are Johnny or Telvi and you don't have the money, they won't see you. So you, like Ellie said, you leave your own with God.
Yeah.
But some people just don't have it. I mean, look, some friends come to see you. They would, you know, they're sitting there long enough, and you wonder when will this guy leave?
No, I tell you this. This is, you know, this is I mean, on a lighter note, a friend of mine, you know, the place there during you visited. I mean, the man comes in, he's working. This guy is working, but he sits down. He said, "My man, I want to eat first." So I said, "Yeah, no problem." He said, "Then I want a beer." I said, "Yeah, damn, I want my car paid." So I said, "Wait a minute, your car is parked down there." He said, "Don't be stupid. I need gas to put in my car." I said, "Okay,
but it's real.
It's
Johnny,
real.
It is. You know, the guy sitting there, you say, what's going on? I live in Brookville. Man, I got to get back.
I
didn't know.
You know, Mr. Gayman and Telvi, Nagbe, and everybody, that is the reality on the ground in Monrovia and Liberia as a whole. Because we have serious unemployment and the private sector is not flourishing, I mean, people sometimes forgo their dignity, their pride to do some things out of the way. And it's not just in Monrovia, it's even in the counties. Many people in Monrovia receive calls from their relatives in the counties for medical support. I'm one example. You know, I mean, almost every other month I have to, do something back there. The other day, my niece, my sister's daughter had to go through some surgery at the Kehleboe Hospital. How much did they want? I think 17, 20,000, almost $100 US. They couldn't afford it, and they said the doctor said he wouldn't touch her until the money is paid or some percentage of the money is paid. And my sister called, she was crying on the phone, that evening. And I had to. I couldn't give her any excuse. Even if I didn't have it, I couldn't tell her I don't have it. I thought, okay, y'all hold on. Let me find something quick. And in a few hours, I had to turn around and send her 12,000 immediately so that they can have that money for the person to start doing the work. Because the way she was crying on me on the phone, I guess the condition of her daughter was not too favorable, and she wanted attention. God bless us. The surgery was done, and the little girl is doing well now in Lofa. But we need to try to improve our health system in a way that people who do not have the cash can get, especially when they're on a critical condition like that, we should respond to them. Because the first line of duty of the state is to serve its people. Whether you have it or not, we should do something to take care of our citizens, to give them some benefit, medical. But again, like Mr. Gayman said, you get somebody $5 here, $5 US, they appreciate you. But here's what happened to on the other side. You come to me, you don't have food at home. You came to talk to me, my man, not easy to the family. Then at the same time, you were asking me to buy a bottle of beer. Now, I wouldn't do that. I would tell them, you're not serious. I said, just get out, you go, you're not serious. Because if you really came for all of the Scott family matter, like what's happening home, and you're asking me to buy a bottle of beer to drink before, I said, I'm not doing it, forget it. I'll ensure for me, people know me for that, I'll tell you, I'm not doing that. I mean, I'll just walk away from you. I say, you're not serious. Because I'm looking at serious matter like you need assistance. Like I'm a man, I know what I tell you, my family is not easy. I know what I'm telling you. I mean, it's serious matter for a man to tell your friend, man, my family is not easy, my family. Then you tell me buy me beer for that drink. And then are you serious about your family matter? No. So, but again, that's the way we do things here. The stress level here, the physical issues on the ground. And that's why more people now are trying their best every Saturday and Sunday to go to the SKD complex to exercise. I mean, to go there now over the weekend, they get more than 500-700 persons like there every day to exercise themselves at the SKD. Even sometimes I do it like after work, I go to the SKD, pack my vehicle, get in my exercise form, do like 10 laps around the stadium, then I get my vehicle and go home. Again, we are hard to sustain such things. But I think I need to go back because for what I've been experiencing for the last 1 month with a lot of friends calling from stroke and death and all kind of things, I just begin to warm myself. I need to go back to my exercise again so that I can be fit for the next 50 or more years.
Johnny, you say stress level what they hold it out of come out to bro.
But tell me, you're gonna come help us there. Tell me, you're gonna come. They'll help us to be distressed. See, when I'm looking at you and say, I can be feeling distressed.
Well, I guess
where I'm making more for Nyenwolo. But listen. But Johnny talking about that when I was, we founded something on the oral we used to call keep fit, stay fit. The Ghanaian Echo Mug there, they kind of worked us into a routine weekend. We used to go there Saturday and Sunday. We go there all morning. Hillwood, I think it was on Hillwood campus there or something like that, or ACS, one of those two campuses. But we work out there, and of course, eventually we end up in the beer place there, Kamara Estate there. So it turned into stay fit, key flip, whatever that was. But you're right. These things, they make an impact. Saturday, peer pressure, your friend, my man, they can't pick you up. You go in there and sweat it out. You know what I'm saying? You get your heart rate moving out of that. Maybe you're right. Those are something. But here, before I pass it on, I think there's a law here where you go to the hospital, they can't turn you away. They gotta treat you, whether you got the money or not. But I think about people in Liberia, if you don't pay, they don't treat you. I think it's wrong. I mean, I know it's a capitalist economy we practice in Liberia, but something must be done. Otherwise we're losing so many people needlessly.
Look, Robert, we tell the folks. My brother came to visit, and he was not feeling well, and I said, well, let's go to the emergency room. He said, well, in your country here, you take people to the hospital, that's too much money, I don't want to go. So I told my wife, he called the ambulance. They came pick him up. I went. The guy said, well, we can't let him go. He has to do his entire physical because that's the law. Some kind of law he quoted. We have to do all of these things. The man came in here. So they did all that. They said he came back and said he had to spend the night for observation. And I started sweating. 2 nights. Some Monday we want to pick him up. The bill like $71,000. So I said, okay, how do I talk to management? And I went to talk to management. They took me to another room. And the guy said, okay, say, relax, Mr. Gayman. We're going to bring in some social workers. They will take care of this. So they have a way of underwriting those who are not showed and all of that.
Yeah.
So the man got everything checked out for little or nothing. But that is
and thank you to Caddy here, the correcting me. So it was ACS compound. Yeah, that keep it stay fit. We did that for, but yeah, sorry, Jerome, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Tomalin, welcome back to the show. The young man say your climber have fallen. You went to pick him up. The Juma Jara, you went to pick him. Then you're gonna pick up your client. But all the topic we touched on, you are gonna pick up your client.
German Jala is the most vexing audience member we have here. And thank God you're not here. Yeah, always sleeping. Let him sleep and oversleep and forget about it. So by then he come out, will be gone.
Yeah, but yes, for all of our friends and those who grew up in Monrovia who knew Bill Martin was a fun guy, very brilliant young man, very brilliant. But he warned me. He said, "Mr. Gayman, he said, the country is hard."
Yeah.
He said, all of those people you grew up with that you live together with in America there, when they come to this country and they get a job, they will never pick up your phone. They will never answer your phone. They will not call you. You see them in places, they behave like they have never seen you before. That was January 19th when I was there. This week they called, say he died. I called one of our friends. He said, "My man, I think it was just the pressure of a man who knew himself was doing everything. All of a sudden, he's out of a job. All the friends that used to come around don't come around anymore. You know, he died alone in his apartment, in his room. Some friends went to check on him a couple of days later. They found out that he's been dead for a couple of days. So loneliness, friends, when they get a government job, they don't know you anymore. We all sit here and talk. When they get up there, every time you visit them, they think you come to ask for money or you come to ask for help. So they don't mind ignoring your call. I got one, like I was saying, I got one phone here and I'm having problem using this one phone. Some of the guys got 3, 4 phones. I don't know why in Liberia they walk around with 3 phones.
Because it's very cheap.
No, they bought on phone, not cheap phone. They bought them anyway.
Yeah,
the phone cost thousands of dollars, buddy.
This phone does everything. Why would I want 3? So
but you know what gets me, Jerome? Even then, they don't like to use the protector of the phone case.
Yeah, they don't.
A good number of them don't. So when the phone drops, then it's gone.
But no, but you see the phone, like my phone, I don't even know all the features on my phone. And my daughter sometimes she would tell me, "Daddy, you don't know how to, this is what you can do with this phone." But all these stuff. She said your phone got Siri and all. I just for real. I don't know all that one. She said your phone got this one, this stuff on it. I don't know it. And then the thing I never to mess with my phone. When they grabbed my phone, I didn't know, right? They will put my location. So now I'm somewhere, "Daddy, what are you doing over there?" I say, where do I am? And then they
Tomalin, you old school too. You don't know find my location.
Monitoring you, everything.
Turn that location off today.
Like the one time somebody said,
I can tell you single. If you were married, you know your wife would want to know. That's
my woman don't text my phone. Like the first thing, so don't text my phone. I need a phone. Yeah, good thing about anything.
But there's nothing wrong with nothing wrong with your love.
Nothing to hide inside. I'm not. I mean, I'm a very.
But it's just not even a good thing to keep your location on all the time. It's just not a good
that, you see, and that's one of the problems. But these and then the gadgets.
Oh, for Selvie? That's true.
Yeah, just from a security standpoint, just
the problem like that. Every other thing is telling you another phone. iPhone 16, iPhone 17. Every morning changing the phone. Wow. But Gayman talking about Bill Martin. It was a sad news I heard. He was very strong sedition too. Very passionate about CDC too. But his death is a shock to me too. But one of the things that bless us in this country, our top people, is that they have safety nets in this country. You got Social Security, you got your 401k, you got your Medicare, all this stuff. And in the last couple of years, most of the guys that turn 60, 65, they almost are retired now. And they're going home. And they're going home and living the best of life because they invested in Liberia before the retirement. They got decent homes. all furnished and fenced, and they ain't got to work. In fact, there's a place in Cinco, I think 18th or 17th Street. Most of the guys are retired. What the guys that hang up, man? They go there, they sit down and talk bullshit all day. They didn't care. They can criticize the government and say, we want nothing from the government or any government in power. We didn't care. So every month, go to the embassy and get their money. And besides that too, one time I saw one of the guy's daughter, she's a medical doctor, and his son is a lawyer, I think. They said, Daddy, where you want to go for your birthday? Where you want to fly? Who got you? You know, like he said, the guy said, you see, when we're doing all the money, you guys were playing fun. You see, then my daughter then pay my ticket. I can fly with my wife, will fly, go have fun, and come back. That's an investment, you know. How many of our friends do that, you know? And that's why you see people in government. I was sitting somewhere yesterday, we're talking about the government. Somebody said, the person got money, I said, look, all that money. After the government leaves power, after a few years, 1 year or two, the person will be broke again. You go like, bro, you see, but you say, the man, that person that over there. And you know, it's a sad thing. And just to end, last night we're talking, you know, we sit down, we're having social gathering, talk about the government, politics. And some guys that were there saying, oh, what guy government better than we are government. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. I said, everything that Boga ran on, he said it would do. What different? Tell me, what is different? They talk about they're going to reverse harmonization. There's still harmonization. They said they're going to give people a living wage. People still making 181 after taxes. Okay, you say that's true. Children won't be in the street selling. We'll still see children selling in the streets. I mean, all the things they said. I said, besides that, do you know that the 5 top elected officials, their budget is 30.8 million? They said, what do you mean? I said, I'm telling you, 30.8 million is the budget. They didn't even know. I said, you see, they made 30.8 million. This president, vice president, speaker, deputy speaker, pro tem. That's the budget. I said, if you really want to change, you're going to cut it down. If they have cut all this stuff down, and then besides that, every lawmaker, the senator I think they get 100,000 in the budget for legislative engagement projects. But what they do, they tell you, say, the money don't come to them directly, right? They say they go through LAYS. They send out the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment. So you identify the project and say LAYS will go and do the project. Give me a break. You're the one who, you the brain behind the project, and you and LAYS will do what you got to do. And you know, that way you see, I saw a program in Bombing, one guy named Normal. He built, I think it's in Maggie there too. He built a marketplace, police booth. I mean, you see the stuff they built. I think even more than $10,000. But I'll tell you, the play money behind it. And that's the problem. Then the representative gets 75,000 in the budget too for the project. Besides that, every 3 years, each of the lawmaker gets 45,000 for a brand new car. So if you want to change for true, you cut all these things down. If they say the government come to power and say, look, we negotiate with the lawmakers, we can continue to have this kind of a budget. We can afford it. They cut it down. They cut it down. The president traveled abroad. He don't carry less than 25% with him. Yeah. So tell me, and that one person have been doing it. So that's not no change. Like Johnny said earlier, you need a real change. You need a real change. But that's what our friends don't want to hear. But you need a real change, honestly, because the person will tell you to come and change. No, they'll do the same thing. So until we can try, maybe I might tell you my tail wave coming next year. Yo, my tail wave, they're coming. That's until that tail wave can come, yo, we'll be in this room for a long time. And tell you, my tail will be announced in January of 2027. Yo, my our tail.
Okay. You got little over 6 more, so we will be reminding you. Okay. Let me start with you because you've been out of the loop for a while. Now, listen. When we were growing up in Liberia, and I'm hoping that everybody on here, they're old enough to be born in the 80s. If you're not born in the 80s, those who are born in the 70s and the 60s, then some of you don't even comment. But Liberia was known when it came to diplomacy, international relations. This is where we ate the show. The Liberian man said, we eat your own show. For this guy, this Nigerian lawmaker, either Nigerian or Ghanaian, to say, basically the Liberian lawmakers at the ECOWAS were incompetent. That serious issues going on in the Republic of Liberia, and these guys read a country report and never mentioned the border once. Never mentioned the expulsion of a lawmaker who spoke about the border. Not only that, but the embarrassment didn't end there. This man they call Edwin Snow. Edwin Snow said the reason he didn't put it in the report, when he put it in the report, they will bark. If he didn't put in the report, they will bark at him. So he's just going to his destination. He will not show one rat with any dog. What kind of thing is that? Tomalin, this is your homeboy now. This is your own homeboy. What's going on with Melvin Snow? He says, I don't want to be charged. The government charges you for everything you say, so I don't want to be. And I told you guys that this was an intimidation tactic, and people said, no, Snow would not be intimidated. You saw why he said, Tomalin, this is serious.
Well, if you noticed, in fact, I saw Myean Briggs trying to push back, try to, instead of her address the issue the man raised, she attacking the man about what happened in his country, and I bet she wanted to issue on the man, perhaps, but she was trying to give, why the man reported it won't happen in your country, why it won't happen in his country. I mean, address your issue, address the issue the man raised, and then you can talk about that later. But look, I was disappointed in Snow and the delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament. I'm very disappointed. I think it's Snow, one way. I think
Briggs.
Enders and Briggs, I think they're the ones who represent the country there. I was very disappointed in them on a serious note. But the fact of the matter is that they should have included in the report what's been happening in the country, what happened at our northern border, and also what happened with the expulsion of Yeke. But to leave it out and then try to like use semantics with it and play with words, I think it was not the right thing to do. Like I said, it's about time that Liberia our representatives to ECOWAS. It's about time that we try to send new people there. Snowbane, let's just send 2005. How many years that? From 2025 to 2026. How many years? And yeah, see, and so I mean, they feel comfortable. That's why, in fact, I want to reason how Yomli got elected at Protein, because they all like wanted to take their seats, take their responsibility, their stay assignments. So they had to come to compromise that. Should that do? God, Bassanga want to run against her initially. I think even our chair and Nukwe, but when they sanctioned the two of them, they withdrew. And they wanted to get on the important committee, so they got to that point. But send new people to ECOWAS, because all I hear the guys do they just talk about what they're doing. How they fly to this country to go and monitor elections, how to do this and do that, and that's all I hear them do. And then they'll come up and say that usually the analogy about dog barking, and so right after the president just used it too. It's just sad. And like I said, my campaign now is to ensure that the 15 senators are seeking re-election. I mean, we got to make sure that we support people who would do better than any one of them. I mean, I know some of them, I won't lie, some of them still got my confidence, but not all. And they want the 73 lawmakers, representatives, support them. And like, who are running against Johnny in Babolu, that person should know that Johnny is my candidate. I endorsed him before that time, you know. I know who I saw the list the other day, but I didn't even see my man Johnny on that list. I know who wrote that list. But if Johnny is running, Johnny got my support. And if it caused us to go and do a whole closing argument show in that area, would do it. I would support him. I mean, I would support my brother. I know that he's passionate about what he want to do for the people, especially those of us who in the social science, who did sociology. People are that they are mostly community-based oriented, and Johnny is always talking. And he speaks about he talks with data, information. He engage the people, and that's why that kind of lawmaker you want. Somebody who will be. I don't believe Johnny will be elected tomorrow, and then he's sitting in his car and say no. He will still do the same things he's doing. He worked with the Carter Center. He was doing it still. He will go to the community and talk to the people, have town event with them, and listen to them. So I know you have not announced it yet, but I want to know. My first endorsement will be Johnny. Johnny, as soon as Johnny announces it, I'll be on his team. If it calls up with he come there, we'll raise money, we'll do all kind of stuff, we'll do stuff, make sure that he's elected. I don't know who running against him there. I think. Oh, who's the senator that Abapulu, right? Don't Abapulu?
No, he's from Lofa. I think Joseph. Who's up for re-election over there, Johnny?
That's Joseph Jala.
Joseph Jala.
That's a guy that ran independent and CDC. Everybody helping to win.
Yep.
When Tom King he told TDC get an iron koto after they helped him get elected. He get an iron koto and support that boy guy there. So you know that, and he had not done much since he got elected. So Johnny's my candidate for that era. So I don't know what they're doing, but I can tell him that I got my full support. But we gotta get rid of these people. These people that are in it, that are running for re-election. All of them, most of them, majority of them should be given the exit.
I think I read somewhere today in one of the Basel articles from Buchanan that he is now contemplating moving to his ancestral land of his mother's ancestral home of Riverside County.
Well, Mr. Gayman, I mean to interrupt you. I be Jagger, some report on your Basel pool. You talk about it. Oh, is it about corruption? Oh, me put it in the chat room, sir.
Put it there. Come on.
So I mean, you hear it from Mr. Gayman.
Look,
Bias alert.
Yeah.
You see? Put it in the chat room and put it up. There you go. The folks in Grand Bathurst don't want to see me. So, like, in fact, the news that I began with was the lawmakers are telling they said the electricity will be turned on July 26th. So they want the whole country to come and say thank you to the lawmakers. And the Senate pro tem is saying on her administration and her proximity to Joseph Walker that brought light to Baza.
I saw that.
And I'm saying to them.
Hold on, what you said?
Yeah. These people crazy in that place.
Yeah, they should tell you thank you for doing your
job.
Doing
your work?
Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me?
All this money you're making, they should tell you thank you. Instead of you telling them thank you for giving you a job, they should tell you thank you for doing light. The electricity in Grand Bathurst, they say it went to 1997. Since 1997, there have not been light in Grand Bathurst County, the entire county. Since 1997, that's what, almost 30 years? That's 29 years. And they want the people to thank them. And this is what I was telling the Bassa people.
But that current are going there. When I mean be like the entire Buchanan city will have current, and like it's just going to be the same, sporadic supply of energy around the city that we have in Monrovia and other places, because our people don't do things professionally and properly. They would have done a serious GIS plan for Buchanan City, know the capacity that Buchanan people would need, and prepare for how many transmitters you need, transformer you need, wires and everything. But watch it. Because again, they're making it political for July 26th. They will have current in Buchanan, and you go Buchanan, you call after 1 week to say power gone off. The same thing happening in Monrovia. Our people never do things as though it should be sustained. They always look at political part of it. And you cannot do development in that kind of manner and form. Because it's for the people to benefit. enough for you to go be praised. I mean, if you do good work, people admire what you are doing, they want to praise the way praise, but don't demand, don't request for it. That's why you tell people I can do it, and the people let you to be there. So you can't do the poor, you do what is required of you, then you be asking them to be, and you come and appreciate you, you should care cow for you, care good for you, chance for you, and do what? You know? But you know, it's a difficult thing for Liberian people. But Gayman, I want to go back to the point you raised with Tomalin about the ECOWAS guy response and what Liberia is going through. Actually, when I listen to our sister Mema Briggs, I mean, her presentation did not represent quality. I hope you can even if you have a clip to play right now, Mr. Gayman and everybody on this show are do listening to us following through Facebook. I really felt bad. You know, you are a Liberian, speak as a Liberian, keep your Liberian accent, but make sense. Most sound Liberian people feel that it don't sound Ghanaian or Nigerian, I mean they're not educated. You understand? I mean, speak your plain Liberian English. Make sure people understand what you're saying, that's all. I mean, I heard our sister speaking on that stage. I felt, oh God. What would people say about Liberia when the yellow woman speaking like this? I mean, her logic was not even in line. The point she want to raise. I mean, if you have that clip, play it. Let people listen to it and see what I'm saying is right or wrong. But I listen to it over and over. So what the woman saying? Then why talk? Then remain quiet. You know? And the issue about the report from Liberian delegation to ECOWAS, I think this guy from Nigeria was making the point. We heard these things, and I guess we also heard that the president has raised this concern and this issue with ECOWAS, with AU, and the rest of the other organizations on the continent. So, from that perspective, this guy expected that Liberia would have brought this thing up at ECOWAS parliamentary level, and it wasn't raised. And that's why he asked the question, why are you not including in your report the issues that have been raised even at the presidential level, at the head of state level? Because I guess the president has informed ECOWAS leaders. He has also informed AU leaders about the situation at the border with Guinea and Liberia. You know, but again, I would like for us to have Mr. Snow on this show or somebody who knows the bureaucracy or the protocol involved with such kind of matter being elevated at the parliamentary level of ECOWAS. Because I think, I'm not backing Snow. One thing that caused Snow to fall during his regime as a speaker, he was accused of playing the role of the executive. I remember then we had a Taiwanese and Chinese issue on the ground around 2007 and 8 before Snow was removed. And there was an allegation that Snow, as speaker, was making an attempt or made an attempt to discuss with Taiwanese embassy or Taiwanese government on some supposed Liberia. And that began an issue that the speaker was usurping the function of the executive. And that was an issue that led to, that was one of the issues that led to Snow being removed from the position as speaker. So I think all those things are giving him clue and looking at the most recent thing with the way the 49 guys formed themselves quickly and removed and Yeke from there. Who knows whether they could have the same 25% in the Senate to also call for his removal. And all you guys don't want to be removed from that position because they know what is there, you know. But I really want to know how are issues lifted from member states to the parliamentary committee of ECOWAS.
Well, Mr. Garguah, if you were there, if not, I'll go to Victor. Victor, this is embarrassing. Instead of taking ownership and saying, we'll do better or we're going to do it differently, you do what all propagandists do. Instead of discussing the subject matter, you attack the subject. You attack the reporter, you attack the bearers of the bad news instead of the root causes of it. Instead of dealing with the issue, they decided to attack the man that he comes from a country where things are happening and he's not talking about it, but he wants to talk about Liberia. The typical street talk, something that does not befit anybody that is supposed to be a lawmaker. And she is saying that the man should concentrate on what happened in his country and not what happened in Liberia. I don't know where these people come from.
Yeah, but the man was speaking in the chambers of an organization that represents, the entire West Africa.
That's correct.
So those remarks coming from all they're uninformed, and it just exposes our limitations. But more to the point, this is the MO of this government, deflect, obfuscate, distract, talk about everything else but the main issues. They would dance around the main issues and bury the issues under confusion, distractions, and never attack the issues. What the man pointed out, those are real issues that should be discussed. Up to now, our government has not told us what is happening at the border. Why is the government? What are they? Are they hoping that this thing would die natural death? Is that their plan? I listened to the president in Sacramento. You're talking. You went there at the Moya. You say you call me uncle, then you attack me. So they know that this president has attacked Liberia. They know that. There's no confusion about it. They just refuse to publicly take a position, and we don't know if they're doing anything at all, covertly, because institutions like where this man was speaking, those are the places we expect them to go, and begin to lobby and rally support. I don't know if they're doing that. They're not saying anything, since when February these people came and took over. We're hearing that these people are encroaching some other parts of Liberia, towards the Ivory Coast and Grange this side and Maryland, where I'm from. We heard some of the Liberians over there are using foreign money now on Liberian soil because these people are pushing, they're encroaching. And instead of addressing the issues, that's her response. Isn't she one of the representatives to the ECOWAS Parliament?
For addition from Bon County.
Exactly. So that is her rebuttal to. They should have made the report, and that's what the man is asking. You have a serious situation occurring in your country, you come and make a report, and you leave it out, and the man is talking there, and that's what she has to say, and those are the people representing us, unfortunately,
Well, Tomalin,
give me 1 minute, please. Let me add to what I'm saying.
Yes, go ahead.
This is the case that is so serious that one member of the legislature wrote and charged a member for treason for the statement they made, that the president's statement was unpatriotic, was treasonous. That's how serious it was, that 49 or 50% voted to have the person expelled. How come this issue is not at ECOWAS? So I think that's the point the guy was raising. How come the issue is not at ECOWAS? Now you got to get so serious to that extent. How come it's not at ECOWAS? And this lady, our sister, man, I felt so shame, because her presentation was so poor, like one third grade person. Seriously, And so and these guys are sent to the border. The Guineans are still there. They are there. They are relaxed. You know what I'm saying? They crossed the river and got a flag planted there. They are still there. So what are we doing about it? Still have not told us why Guinea cross. No one has told us the purpose for which they cross the border, cross that water, and start there. Now you have a statement that was put out. I was reading by Kehleboe Fofana, the press secretary. In her statement, she claimed somewhere that they claim the land that Liberia is claiming. Are we claiming, or we been having? Are we been possessing? Right? And I've been following some of the news outlet from Guinea regarding that situation. It's just I want to be sure whether it's not ART, but the guys are telling you that they have evidence, they got record to show that place is the land. They won't to talk about that land. Their main issue is the river. The Guinean main issue is that river belongs to them. And I bet you, if we agree with them and they get an army deployed there, they will let us pass through and go Guinea and go transfer and come back. As far as they're concerned, don't use that river anymore. We control the river. We should have the people over the river to use. That's what I suspect is happening. Because if the Guineans were very up for real invasion or violent, declaration of war, physical war, they will not left there. They will not allow their other border points to be free for people to travel into Guinea and back freely. It's only at that point. At river that they have control. The same thing at the Yellow Port with Azozo, Yellow Port, Yellow Border. They have a bridge that was built by the Guinean government on that river. What I understood from there, the Liberian government did not spend a dime to build that bridge on the river. So Guinean government built a bridge and they put a flag across the water right after the bridge, telling all that the river belongs to Guinea. You can come and pass. And we are passing there freely. I went there, I walked on the bridge, I went to Guinean security guard, talked with them, came back, I was there. I saw Liberian children come from the farm in Guinea. So I didn't see any action like people who want to fight or do some military aggression. I'm telling you, the river belongs to Guinea, and so we got our flag across the water. We will protect the river belongs to. You want to use it? Come to us first. So the people should tell us what's happening and let's move forward. If the Liberian government agree that the water belongs to Guinea, tell us and let our people be free to transact business and do their business there. But all those nearby villages along the river there, people are living in fear. They have all fled and gone into the bigger town of Solomba and towards Foya. They have left all their farm work and everything there. So up to now, there's no response from the government regarding what is happening at the border. It's not fair to Liberian people.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are from the great state of Minnesota, we have to say great things to you for your Minnesota Timberwolves. Those young men are something else. And then on the other hand, if you're from Philadelphia, if you are from Philadelphia, the 76ers. You know, there's a highway in that area they call 76, Highway 76. On Highway 76, as of yesterday, Tomalin Jordan were dialing 1-800 Cancun.
Man, it was something, my brother. It was something.
I can't talk much because my liquor in the hole, big time.
Yeah, tonight you're going home. So
I know, right?
we in South Beach, Miami. The place is packed. There's no more room for you guys. All the early guys who are not going to play. Oh, we all here. The guys who are just coming latecomers, you got to go somewhere else. So, but if you are from Minnesota, we got to give it to those boys. That boy they call Anthony Edwards is something else.
The end man.
Look, if this young man has public decorum, if he had public speaking where he doesn't curse all the time, and his public life, and I will say this again, by having children all over the place, 5 children by 5 mothers, all that stuff in the paper, the people don't want to make you the face of the NBA. That's why they talk, they call, what name, Myean.
Where you from? Where you from?
He's French, but I'm sure he's...
Cameroon.
Yeah, I think so.
I say parents came from Africa and they're born.
Yeah, the father from Cameroon and his mother is from France. So they met over there. So he's 77. That's a lot of human being.
That's cheating. He can have 4 or 5 blocks in one game.
Yeah,
but
the other night.
He had 12 blocks in one game. 12.
Yeah,
a black party. Yeah.
But he got some finesse too. I mean, for his.
Oh, yeah.
No, he is
good.
He
can play. Yeah.
The guy can handle the ball like a guard. He blocks. Yeah. He can shoot threes. He can shoot the mirror. He's an all-around talent, and he's soft-spoken. He's not in the news for the wrong reason. So they feel comfortable to give him the NBA after LeBron leaves. But Anthony is the end man is an entertainer, great basketball player. But you put a microphone before him, he tell you straight from it. You can tell he's from the project. He just cursing and let me work on Dr. Henry Peabody. Work on Chief.
Well, just stopping by, making a late stopping, checking to say
where you live at?
To say I just checking in to say hi to all you.
But where do you live, sir?
I live in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
Okay, so order you're on your way. So you just stop for a little bit.
You're not going to answer that question.
You're making us you're on your way on vacation.
Yeah. That's something else. But you know what? Look, the Sixers, right? We don't have depth. We know that. You saw the game 4, game 3. The guys, even with Aljo, they all got gassed out. what Darren Murray needs to do is to build the team deep, you know, so that the bench, you know, the bench support. The bench is like a B team, you know. When the bench comes out, it is supposed to give the A team some rest. But anyway, you know, no excuses necessary here.
Why you beating around the bush? You're getting rid
Yeah,
of that fat
I'm coming to say when we got swept.
You need to get rid of that fat man that they called that bastard man from Cameroon that can't play.
Jojo is a bad man. I'm telling you now.
He's not good. Y'all get rid of him. Listen, you didn't learn anything about the other man y'all got rid of the last time.
Oh my God! I don't even know where the Miami Heat. Where are again? Where the Heat?
We've been in Cancun since the beginning. We didn't make the playoffs.
You're already
Johnny, you need to call me, Johnny.
Yeah, we were already on summer break, so we just moved. We didn't go anywhere. But
Johnny, call me later, man.
But I think.
Okay, I'll call you.
I think you guys need to get rid of MB, just like when you got rid of the other man with a bunch of money. What's his name? What the young man?
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons. All that money to pay him. You need to clear and start rebuilding. But you got a great team there.
I think you got a point. I'm worried that MB must be coming to. You know, he's injury prone. He's really good, but in the sports world, they say your best ability is your availability. You got to be available. So
if you're not available, that's it.
Okay. Exactly,
Tomalin, let me go to Peabody. Somebody from the Unity Party sent me this today and said the seditions are celebrating. This could be a trap. The person that we want is the guy who has potential for the presidency, and you know who that person is, Kofa. He says, when we grab Kofa, you don't come crying because we say when you had a win with 12, you didn't say the code was bad. Now we got Kofa, you say the code is bad. That is their theory. You think there's something to that?
Well, except they're going to manipulate the law, except that you're just going to put it in jail. But from what I follow on this case, from what I read, the evidence are very slim. They don't really have much evidence against Kofa and the other guys. That's why you see they keep delaying the case. They don't have much evidence. You know, most of the evidence they're presenting is probably you say, I say, and this person said, but they don't have no real physical evidence to really indict them. So they shouldn't say sedition are celebrating. I mean, they went to the court and the jury found 12. Jury of his peers found him not guilty. So I don't see what.
You're not in all 12.
All 12. So I was listening to some nonsense this morning. I mean, some of those people go to law school in that country and they really don't understand their own law that they try to interpret. They're talking about the government should test it. They never did it before, but government should test it and they can appeal the case. How can you appeal your own case that you brought forward? I don't understand that. How can you do that? I thought the
loser.
I mean, those who are convicted can appeal the case. Then they say, oh, it's in the book, section 20, article 20. It's constitutional. Oh, they can test it. I mean, you got people, the Secretary General of the Liberia Bar Association, and all was making those kind of comments that they can test it. They haven't been tried, but they can try. What is that? Why you want to do that? You know, that I mean, when one person came out and gave full, you know, I listened to them this morning, and somebody came out and gave full. I mean, the guy was right. He gave like 4 different reasons that the government cannot appeal the case, except it was based on certain things. So why the government bring that case, and then they put not guilty, then the government say they appealed to themselves. The government appealed to themselves to say that, you know, it's bad. I mean, people need to really learn how to interpret the law, because if you misinterpret the law, it's a serious problem. And you can't have people who went to law school, they call themselves a legal luminary and stuff like that, and they can't interpret the law. I mean, every little thing, because you want to get this guy badly, that's why you want to try all kind of stuff. I think it's bad. It's very bad. You know, I mean, I feel embarrassed because if you're a lawyer you know very well that that case is done. Why you want to bring it back again and waste government money? That case is done. Toya is free, you know. But they were arguing that, oh yeah, we can do it, and never tried it before. We need to test the water. What is there to test? What is there to test?
But Doc and Mr. Tomalin George, let me add, because we're hearing something again about $21 million, you know, with the Ministry of Commerce and all of that. Are you guys picking this up that they may still want to wrap it around former Minister Pewee?
Well, I know I heard something about that, about the Ministry of Commerce, about that issue, but if you follow that matter, Pewee, I don't know do with that stuff. I don't know why they like you see, like I was listening to somebody earlier. The whole kid, he's been a target. They targeted him. They wanted to see him handcuffed and paraded in the streets and so forth, and they didn't succeed in doing that. So now that I talked to several lawyers over the weekend. In fact, today I talked to a lawyer and he said, look, Tomalin, if the Supreme Court ever tried to overturn the verdict, that verdict will be unprecedented. I don't think the Yami bench want to be on that record to do such a thing. It will bring chaos in the country. As far as he's concerned, Pewee is a free man. The jury, the government had all the opportunity to prosecute the case. They could have put all the resources into it to do all the forensic stuff, what they wanted to do. And they failed to do it, and they didn't do it. And Pewee had a good defense team, a legal team defended him well, and the jury of his peers, and they came up and found him not guilty on all counts. I mean, it's how they want to interpret it is up to them. But he's a free man, and trying to bring another case just to bring him to see this guy caught up in stuff is wrong. You know,
it's wrong.
And I see people saying that the Supreme Court, the Gloria Mususka case, no, it's a different thing you're talking about. And this man went through trial, and I mean, you can't blame the man, his legal team. You heard Councilor Fayad, he was saying that he had enough evidence to prosecute this case and show that they were going to get it, the verdict they wanted, and they didn't get it. So, and the man's a free man, and it should not bother him. Let the man walk freely. It's a big blow to the UP for the fact that they promised that they were going to prosecute people who they accuse of corruption and so forth, and they decided to go after the former officials, and now so far they have not succeeded in anything. They try with they claim McGill, they jump after somebody else again. They said the two missing boys. They came out and said they found out the boys drowned, and all this stuff. They came out, they accused the people they were going to revisit these cases that they had, and they have not been able to succeed in doing anything. So, like my friend Isaac do always saying, you can lie to win, but you cannot lie to govern. You know, and that's exactly what I see happening. It's affecting them. But this case was a blow to them. Honestly, you talk to them privately, they tell you they don't expect that result. They expect a conviction, and it bothering them. And I know the guy who they had on class reloaded this evening, I would try to get him here too, because he was defending. He was saying the Supreme Court can do something unprecedented too.
The Supreme Court can't do nothing.
They do nothing. They should not put no scare. And I talked to a lawyer. In fact, I talked to a lawyer today who is not even a fan of Pewee and the CDC. He said, you know, I'm not a fan of these people, but I'll tell you the truth, there's nothing they can do. And he said, if they do it, it will be unprecedented, and it won't be good for the country. You know, you can't do that. So let them prosecute like other cases and so forth. So, but
Johnny, 1 minute. All right, guys, you can now. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, man. This is Abraham Conner calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Let me say good evening to all of you, man. Great show and fast moving topics. You know, Tomalin, there's a reason why the government keeps failing in the rule of law. It's succession, as per the MCC scorecard. So nothing should be strange to you. They are doing everything to continue to fail in the rule of law. All right? The reckless government, the quote-unquote reckless government, they talk about how government managed to be passing rule and law, but for them, they don't care about it. So that's why they will even throw this kind of situation or talking about how they can, it will be a precedented situation to appeal for criminal conviction or criminal case like this nature. They had no right to do it, you know? But they try all of it because why? This is what catapulted them to the presidency. So yesterday, they want at all costs. This is 3 of 0 now. Nagbe got exonerated. M. Glasgow walking free. Now Tour is walking free. So they don't want it because this is why the oppression they put the Liberians under. And to Peabody's concern about the Kofa's case. Peabody, that case was at the verge of being concluded. But when the prosecution found out that the jurors were not going to side with them, because they could not prove their case, just imagine the police commissioner told you he had geospatial evidence to show that indeed they could get in the sky, and they never presented that geospatial evidence in the court. There is nothing to substantiate the claim against Kofa. And lastly, in an instant, Peabody, if they should pursue that case, you're talking about eventually convicting 4 lawmakers and removing them from office. Because if they get convicted, they're going to be criminals. And being criminals, they could be expelled from the legislative branch of government. There are 4 of them. You're talking about Kofa, Abu, and Derry, and of course, how you call the guy? Sibo. They're going to remove them. So it's nothing small politically. So they weigh all their options in the new that we're talking about, finding another locale to conduct that case because they say the juror in Montserrat is not favorable to them. That is unprecedented. You cannot dismiss at the first of the case, dismiss the juror. So again, this is the cavalier behavior, wherein you continue to fail in the rule of law and you still doubling down on those kind of behaviors. You know? So I just wanted to point those things out, man. This is a heavy blow to them, and they find it very difficult to absorb because Electoral was the poster child for the whole corruption thing in Liberia from 2018. By 2018, the two are calling for the dismissal of Stanley Twain. So they couldn't get away, and he managed to stabilize the economy of that country. Say whatever you want to say, but he managed to bring some stability to the economy of that country. But yesterday, they found him to be an obstacle to their ambition. That's the reason why they were going after him like that, and they're still going after him. Thank you, man.
But what else can they go after him on? The case is over. Now you're going to bring another corruption case? Why they didn't find this case a long time ago? I mean, is that how you're going to keep wasting government money? And you got thousands of people who don't have jobs, don't have food to eat, don't have medical. You're going to keep wasting government money and say you're trying case? You know, you got this big case on Samuel Toy and thing. The man went to court. The man did not run away. Troy could have been like anybody else and say, I'll stay away and don't come to Liberia. But he came to Liberia. You put him on trial. He won the case. What you want to do? I mean, they're trying to go after anybody. And one of the things they want to do, they want to silence Chairman Kofa. That's what they want to do because they see how he's moving. He's working hard with the CDC, getting the headquarters constructed, doing something. They will try hard to just what Abraham said. Abraham was very right. That's what they want to do. They don't have no evidence. The jury, they're throwing it out. I mean, first time, how do people interpret law? What kind of law? I mean, I don't like to condemn people, but people sit there and just play with the law and nothing happens. That is sad, you know, but they would just they would just continue to embarrass the man, but the man won the case. They should definitely give him time so he can move on with his life. Let him start the next chapter in his life. Stop embarrassing the man. Every day, 21 million, 2 million. Look at how much he's stealing right now. So it's nobody. I'm in favor of people who took government money. Let them be tried. If they're found guilty, let them face the consequences of it. But you can't just be witch hunting people like that. You can't do that. It's like you plan, I'll make sure you go to jail. You don't put people in jail by a muff. You put it in jail by the court, a competent jurisdiction, where there is a preponderance of evidence beyond all reasonable doubt. That's when you can get somebody there. And there was, in the Toy case, there was a preponderance of evidence. And he walked. Leave him alone. Stop doing that. Leave the young man alone. So
yeah, Tomalin, we have we are not lawyers yet. I know your friend Gideon said nobody should make an opinion because we are not lawyers. They should leave it with lawyers. But there's something called double jeopardy, right? You take the man to court. You say he stole. The court look at the evidence. The people say you got no evidence. They free the man. Then you want to go and try him again. Not only that, but the fulcrum of the prosecution case, which was these checks that were cashed, right? You presented these checks in evidence, and the folks are saying, then the defense said, let us see the original. These are copies of checks. Let's see the original of the checks. The prosecution said they don't have the original, but then how did you get a copy? So even if the layman out here who don't know anything about the law, okay, you say you have a copy of the check, but you don't have the original. So where did you get this copy from? Even if I'm not a lawyer, that one I know you're lying. That the whole case I think fell, but yeah, the double jeopardy and this check. I've said it from the beginning. You presented evident copies, but you don't have the original. So how is this? And they say they fireman, some standard lawyer in Liberia, but it really put a shadow over our Liberian law. How can you come to?
Because again, when you are the government and you went to a case, you gotta go look. You gotta go. That's why before you go to trial, make sure you have enough evidence to prosecute your case, so that you want your goal is to convict the person the person you're accusing. Your goal is to convict that person. So what you need to do, you do all your homework, cross your T's, dot your I's, and make sure that you're coming strong in the case, in the argument. But I followed that case, and in fact, if you follow that case religiously, when they started to do the witnesses were appearing, I could see it. In fact, I could tell that. I think one day I said, the way the government proceeding with this case, they're not going to win this case because the defense making fun out of the witnesses. When the witnesses appear, when they come to the line of questioning, they will mostly be giving answers in favor of the accused. Why I saw it happening, and once I saw it proceeding that way, I knew the government was in trouble. Look, if they are like that, Tovina said, Tovina is an auditor, so she knows what she was talking about. If you come into a case of that nature, get all your facts together, get all what you need to do to convince the jury that the facts. But if you go to a case and you're not dealing with somebody stupid, somebody who gets sense, who's very brilliant, you're not going to win them. You're not going to convict them. And they're going to make a compelling case and argument in front of the jury that why the person should not be convicted. And so what they want to do, they're trying to revisit the case. Is they just wasting the time because there's nothing you can do about it. Where it's a free man and where it's free. You can't force him not to be free. Or I got a person saying the government won the case. I mean, the government won. The government they do who they convicted. That do who are found guilty, that the government target for 12. We throw you, take it or leave it. That was the target. They wanted to see 12 in handcuffs and sent to South Beach. That was the goal. So why do you think all on the various they see that they send people to do writing on social media to try to make to confuse the people that they ain't over yet. This will happen. This will happen. Give me a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we may have done something last week that touched one of my sisters. She demanded to come on tomorrow. So tomorrow, Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be here to defend our reputation and the reputation of the Salif government, because she felt that we were smearing, or someone here was smearing the Salif government. So she called and I told her, you can come on tomorrow. Yes, we are not biased. We are not anti-Ellen. We are not anti-anybody. Anybody can come out. So tomorrow she will be here to come and give their side of the story. We know Unity Party is not Unity Party. You might see it. This is a whole, like they say, right? This is a whole different part of, there's a whole different Unity Party here. It is not a Unity Party from 2005 to 2000, whenever they were there. This is a whole different Unity Party. So she will be here tomorrow, and I know it's going to be fire.
I like Julia, but I think she got a job cut out for her. I want to see what she's coming with tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see.
Oh, she won't defend Ellen record now.
That's right. That's right. She was in our government. She served as superintendent of Grand Bassa County. She served as personal aide to the president, confidant to the president, and then she served as minister of gender. So she knows her stuff. Peabody, your sister, will be coming tomorrow.
We let her can't tell what is she and Dagosa trying to do in our Grand Bassa.
Oh, she supporting Dagosa?
I don't know.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Those are the questions we'll be asking her tomorrow.
Because I know two presidents are running against Yombly, the guy from RA Montgomery, and Dagosa. And I'll be honest with you, when I was in Buchanan, I went Bassa, their names are ringing. And that's, in fact, one of the concerns I expressed in Buchanan, I was surprised. I said, how can Bassa, they have had almost 3 pro terms, and they play is still dark. It's still in darkness. So my concern was, I said, so when I heard 2 weeks ago, I heard that the protest said they carrying leg to Bassa now. Look, for the fact that you have a Mitastu operating in a loop there, right? They are based now. Look, when you go to the negotiation table, that's what you talk about. Stick the interest of the people. What's the law? So you come operate here. They please operate in darkness. Y'all including y'all getting light too. I mean, put the people first. But look, all our people want is to tell them what in it for them.
Yeah, but too many. But Grand Bassa receives $1 million annually from Azamita. What are they doing with it? Right? Because they gave $1 million to Grand Bassa, 1.5 to Nima, 500,000 to Bon County as a benefit for their, their social benefits. What are they doing? Why didn't they just say, look, don't give us $1 million, just make sure you electrify the whole Buchanan City for all the hospital is electrified, the school, everything has them 4-hour current running. If that would take you 5 years money or 10 years money, put that into Grand Bassa energy sector. What was wrong with that? So I mean, we have a problem. We are our problem. So now don't blame these investors. When they come, we gotta sit with them and tell them what we want and how we want it done. And they give us $1 billion every year. Since 2005 or what? Or before that? Or 5 or 10. Imagine how much money have gone to Grand Bassa since 2010, for example, to now. How much of that 1.5 gone to Nima? Look at Nima. Nima saved drinking from well, from open water, from creeks. All that money received from Nima County, 1.5 million every year from Asla Meter. Bon County receive 500,000 every year. Why are they doing that money for Bon County people?
Well, listen, guys, this is what we are talking about when we say, I did the scripture and Dr. Peabody there, where there is no vision, the people perish. Now look at Lac, right? Lac had been in Bassa since 1959. From Lac to Buchanan, the highway there between there is only 17 miles. Tell me, these guys been in Buchanan almost 60 years. So even if the county will say, Lac, whatever social development happens, they pave 1 mile a year. 1 mile. That whole thing from compound number 3 to Buchanan, that's 17 miles. It will have been paved in 17 years. The bank has 60 years. And if you travel on that road from the flour milling company, when you pass, in fact, before you get there, the road is terrible. Right there. For years. And they pay the money to the Bassa government. They pay some to the National Treasury. Then they pay some social responsibility to the county. Then Metal still chasing. Then we have I don't know, Valerium, the oil, the palm oil company, Palm Bay. These are major corporations that other countries don't have. We have about 5 of those corporations. We don't have light, we don't have running water, we don't have anything. But these companies got 24-hour services in their compound, in the concession area. And let it smell no taste. You're living right there, you can see their light, you can see the hospital, you can see, but you don't have any access to it. Because government in government nobody has ever come up with the idea that, listen, our women are dying on this highway 17 miles from Lac to Buchanan, and you can't pave that road. During the rainy season, nobody can go there. But then, this morning, I was hearing that Nyobi Kanga and the other folks are saying when the light get turned on in July, the people should hail them for doing that. And I told them, I said, you are doing your job. The people pay you to do this job. And you wanted to come and thank you after 30 years of being in the darkness. Peabody, let me go. Mr. Connor, you here?
Mr.
Okay. After Peabody, you can come and go ahead.
Yeah, well, let that go. Mr. Gayman, it's just, I was just reading something today, some other report that did in Bassa. A lot of the money was scum that they stole half of the money and nothing was done. I mean, for a place like Bassa getting $1 million, Bassa Community College should not be messy as it is. Electricity. Bassa is one of the biggest county. Buchanan, one of the biggest city in Liberia. They don't even have lights. I was just in Buchanan the other day. No light.
The second capital.
Yeah, no light. And you're getting $1 million. You got a multi-billion-dollar company like Mittal Steel in that place. You don't even have light. You don't even have a good hospital. The hospital is a mess. We don't
have water.
They don't even have water. And you're getting $1 million from a major billion-dollar investment company, Mittal Steel. And you're talking about that you just bringing light and the people might heal you. I mean, they're so corrupt. I mean, the people of Bassa, I don't know, but it's a shame. And if you follow that audit, Mr. Gayman, even that $1 million, it's not going for the intended purpose. They are using it. They are using it there to do other things with it. Go and see the pro-tem passing, driving, and more like a president passing and driving somewhere, the car thing alone and stuff like that. But yet and still, the people who elected you, the people who paid you, the people who want to show, you can't even give them a simple thing like light. Why Mittal Steel can't even take up part of the hospital as the corporate social responsibility to really develop that hospital? Well, you got over thousands of people, and that hospital is the complete mess. Since, I don't know, say it burned one time, go see it. A big city like that. That's a shame. It's a disgrace. Nobody should be praising anybody for bringing light. That's your own tax money. Nobody should be praising them.
And the light they're talking about, we are going to be suffering the same way like people in Monrovia.
Not to get you wrong. One time, the CDC went there and pulled up some lights, like the solar panel thing.
Yes.
The next time she said she was putting light there too. Don't say she was doing light.
Yeah, they took down the CDC light. Connie, I'm coming to you. Somebody wants to challenge me here. Connie, I'm coming. Your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Kehleboe Gongloe from the city of Village.
Okay.
I'm following the show, Mr. Gayman. I like the fact that many times Liberians would like to pontificate our idea to say what's supposed to be. But I haven't worked for government before. And I actually worked on the concession committee for 6 years, So I attended, I sat in some of the meetings, I would say for most of the current concessions, as well with, even the Puto mine and Wallafio. I participated in some of the big discussion. But here what I would say, like for example, there was a big mining company from Australia, PANELISTS Billiton. It's one of the world's largest mining companies. When the government negotiated, if you look at the ArcelorMittal agreement, they will tell you social, corporate, whatever, contribution to the countries. So when you talk about what the company is not doing this, the company is not doing that, the government officials sit with the concession and say, in the MDA, these are your social corporate responsibility. You must pay this amount of money every year to the country. So then it is now the responsibility of the country to use that money wisely. If you look in the ArcelorMittal agreement, there is specific mention of affected communities, right? It's not just being the big Nima country, because the mining activities affect particular communities where the train track is passing, where the polluting St. John River. It doesn't affect, say, I don't want to start, because people can be crazy sometimes. I don't want to start naming all districts in Nima. It doesn't affect all districts in Nima. It affects specific district. And in the agreement, it says 20% of this money we're going to give the country must be used for this affected community. But then the Nima caucus will get together and say, hey, this is a political money. It's for the whole country. So even people who are very influential in the caucus who are not from the affected community, that community get to benefit more than the affected community, right? So the affected community they start to demonstrate, oh, Mita is not doing this. Oh, Mita is actually paying the money, okay? So it's a tricky thing, and it's easy and it's good for the public here to say, oh, the community is not doing this. The community is doing this, and people are next door. The community are poor. They drink unsafe drinking water. But the reality is, when the government is negotiating with the concessionaires, they are not putting those issues down. They know they don't have the capacity to address those issues. They could have put that responsibility on the company and say, while you are here, year one, we want you to do X, Y, Z in the various community. In that case, you can hold a company to that account and say, you haven't done this in this community. But if you're taking the money from the community, then you don't have the capacity, and you politicize the money, and you're not making it the way it should be, then you make the company look bad, but the money is right there in the government hand, Gayman. So we should touch on. Our own government is also it's a major part of the problem. I was just touched BHP Billiton. I sat in BHP Billiton initial negotiation at the Ministry of Planning, when I'm not calling what minister. In our meeting, BHP Billiton made a presentation, and they said, listen, we are a mining company. We are not into education. We are not into a hospital. We are not into road construction. We are not into all of them. All we know how to do is to do mining. And our experience from Peru and other countries, it shows that when the mining company invests in a particular community, when they leave, these communities get abandoned because the company is no longer there. So here's what we want to do. If we get concession from the government, we would like for the government, like the National Housing Authority, to build housing for workers that they can then mortgage to them. We will pay our workers a livable salary that will be able to pay this mortgage, for the mortgage, right, to live in. So that when we leave, the houses are for the people. So that, like you go to Lango, we are beyond ArcelorMittal to rehabilitate those houses, right? But because the houses are owned by government, they are assets of government. But BHP Billiton say, if we have concession, we want the government housing authority to build the apartment, the housing units within 40 minutes or to 60 minutes of driving time to work. Transportation Alliance will put it in a salary for our workers. They should live anywhere and drive to work. We pay them good money, they should pay their mortgage. We don't want to be responsible for building houses for them. We don't want to build a hospital. Let the government build a hospital. When we send our workers there, we'll give them insurance. And our workers will pay for the health care, through the health insurance to get treatment. We want government to build school. And the school is owned by the government. Or maybe private citizens should do it. When we when our workers go there, our workers' children will pay. That's what that was our model, and the government was rejecting it, which I thought was a cool model, you know. And but that's really the thing. I just wanted to make that contribution, but we should not just put on the company. Our officials are actually a big part of that problem.
Thank you. Connor, your take?
Yeah, thank you again, my brother.
Can we see your face, or you are at work?
Yeah, kind of a little bit in a tight space.
Go ahead.
But I just wanted to state what my dear brother Gongloe was stating. I think those are things that Liberia has a legacy issue when it comes to nation building. The problem from independence, the country that, though we were not colonized, but our nation that we look up to was never in the business of building Liberia. I'm sorry. Even the executive mansion you talk about, they were not even constructed by them. Now, because of that, businesses come. Look, Ivory Coast got independent in 1960, and the priority of France at the time was that we're not going to be giving you fiscal monies here, but we're going to come on the ground and do something. And this excuse that they're in the mining business. Lanka was in the mining business, and Lanka was looking at mini America or mini Europe somewhere. People used to go to vacation there. Bomb mines, so was bomb mines. Although they didn't pave the road, but the company itself built that place as a beautiful place that it was habitable, and the workers that were there were living more than a middle class life. So the business of this notion that people like America, many a time they say, "Oh, America gave Liberia money." Oh man, if you're giving your child money 1 or 2 occasions to go pay the school fee, he's not using it for it. Go to the school and pay the tuition and see that whether he would not go there. But those things were not the case. So companies that come in Liberia, they capitalize on this thing that they're telling you we're not in the business or Boma had a mini hydro, Brother Gayman, and that hydro used to sustain Liberia during the dry season. I lived through that.
Yep.
They used to sustain Liberia through the dry season. They built the mini hydro. So this notion that a company would just come and just literally extract the minerals and just go by the business, one of our guys that, oh, we'll leave, the place will break down. Nima looked at a place that will break down for you. Liberia is a small place that everywhere is almost inhabited. So if you build something that if you leave, they could transform it into maybe a vocational place or do something else. So I don't buy this excuse of people coming, oh, they'll give you the money, find a company to go build it. Liberia is not doing it. For 178 years. So people, when they come over there, the agreement, like what you guys talking about at Buchanan, that's your county. Okay, they got companies that's operating over there. And they continue to put their guys, oh, we got it in the MOU that they will put electricity and this and that. Give us the money allocated for electricity. And they're not doing it. So it's a company that put that part of the agreement is that Omewa would need about 15 electric poles in the street or Torgbean, how do you call it, a major street up there? Torgbean Avenue, right?
Torgbean Street.
Torgbean Street. Erected there. We need high school here. Build it. And those are things that are sometimes you insert there because if they're not happening, you got to be savvy and find a way around some of these things that will bring the needed development to the people. But not just to allow people to come and extract. Look, Liberia is in the extractive industry, period. Nothing else is doing over there but just extracting. That's where the economy heavily relies. And, so I just wanted to point those things out, man. And until we can be calculating, these people that are drawing these laws, it's just for their benefits. Because when the company make their corporate responsibility, financial corporate responsibility available to these people, they just ditch it among themselves. And they give you fake documents or financial report to talk about, oh yeah, this is it, this is that. Look, myself I'm in the audit business, okay? And we see financial reports on issues. And if things are not authenticated, sometimes you tend to question them. What happened here? And, but it's a sad situation. So we have lived through it. Look, I experienced this thing a long years ago in Liberia too. I saw mining companies, but this is the problem. I just wanted to point that out, man. And one of the reasons I know we stay on these mining issues, But you touch on the topic that really caused me to call in with regards to the situation of the double jeopardy. The fact of the matter is that even in the United States, I think it's Article 15 or Article 5 of their Constitution. The man cannot be prosecuted twice for the same case, especially in criminal cases. You cannot, especially prosecuting on the same charges, because if you take the case back, those charges still stand. You're not going to amend the charges. If you're amending it, you're literally infringing on the people's right. It can't happen. Now, capital offense in Liberia of that nature, it would not. I thought the reason why the Gloria Mususka took appeal, I think Gloria Mususka, their charges were reduced to manslaughter as compared to murder. So I think based on that, their lawyer took an appeal, and when the Baka government came, whatever partisan thing they did, and then Gloria they say, oh, they were mistrial or whatever, those people got free, so on and so forth. But in this case, they cannot take an appeal. Government cannot take an appeal. It's the defendant that can take appeal, not government. Darius Dillon brother walk away from murder charge in Kakata. I think they reduced that charge to either manslaughter or something. I think so that he got free from it, and so on and so forth. So the people, the precedents are there. But because of partisan politics to look at these things and blindly say that, oh, we can do this, we can do that, or because the person you want apprehended, they are not, is a sad time for this country, and people need to put aside the sentiment. Sentiment is not law. Perception are not law. Law is law. That's what I wanted to point out, my brother.
Great. The young man was talking about the double jeopardy laws of the jeopardy clause of the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
Okay, the fifth, right?
That protects all citizens against being prosecuted twice for the same crime.
There you go.
That's what we are talking about. Robert Garguah, welcome back to the show. We got 10 more minutes here to wrap it up. It's 9:30. I know we got to go tomorrow. Is Tuesday. We got to go push our cartoons. But Robert, this thing about this double jeopardy is serious. It is clearly now self-evident that these people are bent on, if they can't get him in the court of law, they will just grab him from the street and maybe disappear or something, because how can you be held bent on, well, if we didn't get him this time, we're going to go to commerce, wherever there were transactions, we get him there. I mean, this is not a Liberia that you want to bequeath to your own children.
Yeah, but that's not going to work. If that's the strategy, it's just not going to work. It's not sustainable, Mr. Gayman. It's not going to work, and people, it is going to backfire. It's not going to work if that's what they intend to do. Listen, in as much as I won't put anything past Joseph Boakai and Unity Party, I don't think that they are that foolish. I don't think that they're that foolish. They may be desperate to, have something to talk about. They're desperate for something to stick, right? They're looking for a new narrative for political campaign purposes. If you look at messages coming out of their chat rooms right now, they're mad. They're going ballistic. They are mad. They're vexed. They're calling for the removal of the dismissal of the Solicitor General and the attorney and the attorney, the justice minister. They think that by losing this case has proved that these guys are incompetent. They don't have what it takes to try these big cases. So if they intend to just go out and just try to grab and hopefully something sticks, then it's going to be worse, because this is not, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but you don't have to be a lawyer to apply common sense. You don't. And the best of minds when it comes to legal stuff will tell you that it requires a lot of preparation. It's not sentiments. It's not you got to be thorough about it. You got to be thorough, and you got to ask yourself, can we win this case? That's what matters. Do we have what it takes to go to court and win this case, not just in a court of public opinion or politically, but can we win this court in the court of law? And in the court of law, it's about the evidence. It's about what you can prove. It's not about what you think. It's not about who you like, who you don't like, and whatnot. No. And the fact that they failed to prove this case beyond the reasonable doubt is indicative that they need to go back to the drawing board and change strategy, Mr. Jerome. If listen, I will support this government or any government uh, um movement to fight corruption if it was done uh balancedly. It has to be a balance with this. It can't just be about a particular political party. If this government was sending their own folks to court based on corruption allegations or investigations or recommendations, then you can't argue that this is just about CDC. But all we're saying is that they've gone after CDC. And someone says something that should be, and this is, and if the CDC were smart, this is a very effective talking point, because we talked about it before. But I'm not a seditian, and I just don't believe in unity party. I just never believed that they were the alternative to CDC on this message of change, right? Um, but they lie their way to power, and lies can get you through the doors. But how well can they keep you in the room? How well can they keep you in the room? It's almost like a fake resume. You can put everything on your resume that you have this level of experience and you can do this and you've done this. Okay, they give you the job. It's time to show what you say you can do. So all of this made up story, all of the monies that were spent on propaganda in DC, people will lie on. Imagine how many families have been affected. Now, when it's time to prove, why I said that no charges have been brought forth against Jefferson Koji. Have you thought about that? Think about that for a second. If Jefferson Koji was as bad as these guys made it seem like, he was the Chucky Taylor of our time under CDC. If he was this bad, if he was this terrible, Mr. Gayman, they're in power. They have the ball in their court. I'm not saying go after the young man. All I'm saying is, if he was this bad and you had all of the evidence to prove that he was this bad, to get him sanctioned, why is it that you haven't taken him to court to prove in the court of what was alleged? And so I think the message of the Unity Party is becoming crippled, and they're trying to find a way to strengthen that. And I think the way to strengthen that is to try cases that are honest, that are true cases that they can prove, they have the evidence, and I will support them. I don't care about Simon Toure. Like I said, Simon Toure, I mean, the people who he's close to that love him and care about him, he's not my best friend, but he doesn't have to be my best friend to look at this case and say, listen, it's not fair to target the man. You may not like the guy, but it's not fair to target him. And so if this is the strategy to go after the rest of the folks or try other cases, it's gonna blow up, and it's gonna get worse before it gets better for them. And so if I was the Unity Party, I would say, wait a minute, folks, let's step back for a second. Let's go back to the drawing board. Calm down for a second. Let logic prevail, not sentiments and emotions. And if we just don't have the evidences in court, we can't take this to court because it's not going to be a good look for us. Same thing with the Kofar case. Do they have the evidence to arrive at a guilty verdict? I doubt they do, but they're going to move forward with it. And this whole thing about, well, if we couldn't get Toure, Kofa is our guy. Again, you have to prove that in court. And if they can't do it, then they should just let it go. And they didn't. Listen, the biggest thing Unity Party can do for themselves is perform. If Unity Party can perform on the economy and the lives of the regular people in Liberia are better off than they were under George Weah come 2029, I think that's a more effective argument and case to make on the campaign trail. If healthcare is better off and it's more accessible, that's a more effective argument to make. If corruption has been fought or curtailed under this administration, that's a more effective argument to make, right? If the roads have been expanded and built under this administration, right? If government waste has reduced under this, look, these are all more effective cases to make on the campaign trail. The reason why they can't make them is because it's the opposite of everything that should be effective. Thank you.
Yep, guys, we're going to close on the last one here today. I was listening to Front Page Africa, and they were quoting the finance minister. He said the $1 billion budget still can't meet Liberia's needs. And despite Liberia passing a historic $1.3 billion national budget, the finance minister, Augustin Gamfuan, says the government still lacks enough resources to solve Liberia's biggest problem. So let me go to Connor, because you're the new guy. We got to pick on you. The finance minister said, don't listen to that $1.3 billion. We don't even have enough to do the big one. So even the little one, he's not doing it. But the guy is saying we do not have enough money to take care of the big issues of Liberia. This is the finance minister.
But the thing about it is that $1.2 billion, are you aware that is exactly Guinea's military budget is exactly half of that $1.2 billion? Guinea's budget is $600 million.
Well, they're going to put you in jail. You call Guinea Neo.
Well, it's not classified. It has been declassified.
they got Yeke for calling Guinea.
So it's declassified. Right? So we can talk about it now. That's just half of the budget you got in Liberia and people running away. Mind you, you got a population of almost 6 million people. Divide that amount by the 6 million inhabitants of that country. So it's just, I mean, it's a minute thing that people can really run with and boast with. It will have very little to do for your country. But the question even bears how to generate it. That's one thing. If you look at the budget, a bulk of that thing is telling you about budgetary support for international community here and there and all those kind of things. How can that be a reliance to say that, oh, you effectuate a lot of developmental things, meet up with the basic needs of the people, and of course, boost the economy? It's a tough sell. That's what Gafua is complaining right now. And my thing here is this, my brother. We have a situation, I think contemporary Liberia or post-war Liberia, I stand corrected, but I've been thinking about it. You have two accountants, one at the finance and one at the central bank. That had not been the case. Even during the Taylor era, Elias Sidibe was at the central. In fact, it was during his tenure that they changed their play from national bank to central bank, an economist. What make it think when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf took over, she managed to bring the likes of Antoine Sayed and all the people there to come with it. So economically, these people, when they're looking at economic graph, what explanation they can really get? They are accountants. They are accountants. I'm sorry. And so the question bears that how that money is going to be generated and what's the impact? What are the priorities? You see that the allocations are exorbitantly made for administrative people, primarily the executive and the legislative branch of government. Take a chunk of that money When are you going to develop the country? These are the troubling things, and they're finding it very difficult right now what they get to infuse in the economy, because if the economy is not a priority, you don't have enough money to infuse in the economy. That's why they're telling you about printing huge amount of monies. And that printing of money globally leads to inflation many a times. Leads to inflation, especially exorbitant amount of money like that. So if you ask the question, my brother, I'm seriously doubtful how that will be generated and what the impact is going to have on the people.
Excellent, excellent. Mr. Nagbe. Oh, let me go to Johnny. Johnny, please do your closing because you're in Monrovia. Please. You're burning a lot of data, Johnny.
No, I want to say thank you, everybody, for the show. I've been following, and I think this platform is helping different people to be informed fully about the happenings of their country and the global community. So let's keep providing information to our people, and let's keep doing our part as patriotic Liberians. Thank you.
Thank you, and we see you tomorrow. Thank you. Victor, you can close on. There's a photograph here going around from Dr. Pearson that shows the FOIA project. Have you seen this? That's the area view somebody went to Lofa and took.
Oh, let's talk about that deception a little bit, my brother.
If it's deception, okay. So this is what we are talking about. This is massive, Victor. This is massive. Nobody have actually told us what this is.
Yeah.
I thought it was just one or two buildings.
Well, this too is Liberia. The president is in Kenya. You know, I don't know what it is that they expect from Africa Forward. I mean, I don't know, but the president is in Nairobi. We want to wish him well. You know, safe travels. Hopefully, someday, somehow, the government, will find what it is that we're looking for. But yeah, the president is in Nairobi. I saw, French president is there co-hosting with the Kenyan president. But I want to thank you all for the opportunity. It's good being here. It would have been funny if people were not really suffering because of the bad governance, and of this current government. But I think it's clear to all of us now that the tank is empty. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're out of ideas, and now all they do is fight everybody. They got a gag order everybody now. You speak out, they're ready to cancel you out.
Yep.
And this is the cancel culture now that they're advancing. Cancel Yeke, trying to cancel Americani. Anybody who comes out to speak just the plain truth, you become a target. But it's great being here. Hopefully, we can do it again tomorrow. Let me just wish the political leader of the SCMC safe travels as he returns back to Liberia. I think he had a very good trip here in the States. He met a lot of people and engaged very productively. So we're happy about that. We'll continue to work, for our people, and hopefully people will recognize what we're doing, and we'll see.
Nagbe, I was told that he was political leader was heavily received by the Grand Jury Association, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I was in attendance. The program was
good
yeah,
for him.
it was.
That's a good outreach there. That's good for him. Yeah.
Indeed, well, it was a good program. We are in the southeast. We're in Grand Jury.
Right.
Yeah, we're doing some work there already. The event, I think the fundraiser was to build a park for the children of Grandeur, and I think the program went well, and the reception was warm. It was very good.
Yep.
Also in attendance is the son of Grandeur, who is the Maritime Affairs.
Oh, Lay, right? Lay. Yeah.
Yes, young fellow. He was,
I did Nathan Lay or something.
I think so.
Nito, like
Nito, yes.
Nito, right?
Yeah, but yeah, thank you.
But Brother Gayman, before I know this is the closing part of it, but please, I just want to talk about, because I will close on this. That picture that you showed, the reason why I said deception, this is the problem here. Because Liberia's politics is becoming perception politics. And you're running behind people like my dear brother Nagbe just stated, that it becoming cancer culture. That right in the faces of the people, you got a gigantic, unquestionable development going on in the hometown of the president. That they have been put at around $10 million. But today, you are questioning a guy for some allocation that was made based on the instruction of a certain president, and indeed, you have not disputed the fact that it was illegal transaction. The only thing you are disputing here is how it was expended. Now, if you get a president that the legislative branch can't even call for questioning what's going on in 4 years with that $10 million project, where is the budget line for this thing? How is it financed? You got conflicting information coming out on it. And now people are going out, sending drones up there, taking a picture of it and so on and so forth. But yesterday, you're putting the country under the impression that you're fighting corruption. How do you reconcile that? So that's why I said deception at the highest level. Because right now, this is the immediate here. The people that the president has suspended for corruption, even if it is established that they took monies, there's a likelihood that some of this money can be immediately retrieved, because why? It has not been exhausted, but you're going people after 4-6 years, and you can't even substantiate it. You can't substantiate a claim that those people have taken monies away. So this is the deception to the Liberian people. And it's unending. It's unending here. So, my brother, it's troubling that you showed that picture. President Bwakai, he told you on the record, he said, if I knew that this thing was being erected here, I would not have supported or sanctioned it. But you are the president. Now that you have been informed, what is your action? Have you asked questions? Have you had a hard question? But no, that's not the case. Now, sometimes when you can't, on many times I follow you guys on the platform, they can't talk anything positive about the government. When you do the positive thing, obviously people will talk about it, because it has to do with the lives of the Liberian people. But that's the conundrum that they have to deal with, because what brought them to power? They are still finding it difficult to sustain those things that brought them to power, or to establish those things. You talk about there was a massive corruption, but you are yet to establish it. Just imagine, closing on this, my brother, just imagine the LSCC. They said that the Kamara, she took money to do SY. The first and foremost, what you will do, you will audit the office of that lady. Establish the fact that money was squandered or misapplied. That's the first thing. But to get it, to get it unmitigated, temerity, to talk about she must bring you her records, and you can prosecute her based on her records. Are you kidding me? But guys, it was great to be here. And in between, anytime, Tomalin and Brother Gayman, anytime I will try to chip in, at least to have my little voice to the Discord. Thanks for the time.
Welcome, my man. Jerome, please tell Tomalin to address the comment section. Fix electronics, guys, is ears on the ground.
But the mega electronic, he got wire everywhere.
I want to commend the CNC political leader, Mr. Bility.
That's not why in the comment section.
I want to. I think Musa is doing well. Each time he comes to the stage, he's making his trip meaningful. He's engaging Liberians.
You're the testimony. You're the testimony again, but not
I've noticed that. I've noticed that over time he has. I mean, his audience is increasing. Initially when it started, it was man. I would feel that it was struggling, but nowadays Musa is drawing a lot of people coming to listen to him. Yeah, what he's saying is good. I think you guys are doing a good job. But like I said, you guys continue to move in that direction. So let's see what happens. But it was a good show. Let me say this: if you are not bought your ticket for the World Cup, the ticket going up to at least I heard so today is 3,900, but at least we will have a front row seat. We'll be watching the Ghana and Croatia game. We'll be watching that game carefully. We'll be involved. So you guys get your World Cup ticket.
Are you kidding me? 3,300?
The lowest now is $3,900 on the lowest ticket.
My gracious God.
But I know we'll have a front row seat there. We'll watch a couple of the games. Yeah, so it's very hard. In fact, people were complaining about it. The mayor of New York complaining.
Of course.
And the FIFA president was justifying why the price so high. But let's see what happens. And the World Cup should be for everyday people, not for rich people. I don't know why they're making it so high. And then Lone Star will be in your era on. I'm part of the Lone Star. I'm part of the PRO team. They'll be in Minnesota on 26th day for the game. Let's see what happens. But I think right now, so far, we're keeping our fingers crossed because we're relying most of the foreign players to come to show up. And the embassies hope they get all our players visa to come, but then come. Hopefully they get everybody visa to come. So we're gonna see Lone Star play, and that's what happens. But Mr. Gayman, great show. Look, let me say this: Liberian people, we should get ready. This journey we on for the next 3 years, it won't be easy. If you want to change Liberia, you got to make sure you're making the right decision. You're observing, and when you're voting, you vote your conscience. Support somebody who you know will better your lives, and make the country better. Don't support based on tribal line. I have this tribal country. Tribal line, I don't think we care anywhere. If Robert Garguah is good, even though he's from Basso, I'm from Lofa, I will support Robert. I believe Robert can do it. How you do it, Don't do it for tribal lines. We're not care us nowhere. We are down. So Gayman, thank you again, man. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Robert Garguah.
The chief point, I just wanted to add the World Cup price. I mean, imagine the round trip train ticket was about $13 or so. It's now $150. So
yep.
You contact me. I'll contact you.
Okay, but listen, we know you got Joe. We are right hand. You got his telephone number. Call the FIFA ambassador. Let him know that you got a lot of poor people here now. You got to help us out. Robert, go ahead.
I mean, but I think the prices that's been quoted though, I don't think I don't think they're regular prices. I think they are associations prices that went up because many of these associations did not get the tickets on the discounted price in May. Not in May, in March. They were offered to do that. Plus, FIFA was trying to get some of that money back. They were supposed to get $12.5 million. It's gone up to $60 million. I think on certain games, if you went to certain apps right now, you can probably get a ticket for maybe $1,000. Now people are still complaining about that. $1,000 for a ticket. That's still relatively high, and we're not talking about box seats.
Robert, you can afford it, man.
I'm not rich, but I mean, I can spend $1,000 on a ticket.
But Tomalin,
don't let him fool you.
But I'm not spending $3,000. I'm not spending no. That's when it was very heated between you and I.
Robert, walk on the America. Go for a bit.
No, I mean I will attend few of the games. I'm even thinking about flying to. I'm even thinking about flying to Canada for one because I've never been to Canada. So I'm thinking about flying to Canada for one of the games.
Listen,
But
Miami is the premier host for the World Cup. We are hosting
man,
7 matches.
stop bluffing, man.
But
We got
Robert,
eight. We
but
got
Robert,
eight. We got
Seven
Canada is
matches.
a quintessential.
We are hosting Brazil, so you know it's going to be. We're going to dance on salsa down here. We're going to be dancing salsa.
But Robert, if you want to get familiar with a lot of the players, Kansas City is a training center for a lot of those teams. So you can fly there and see them even before the commencement of the games.
Who wants to go to Kansas City? Go to Kansas City for what?
I got Argentina is playing in Atlanta in the quarterfinals.
Brazil, man, we got 7 matches in Miami. Brazil is here.
But it should be a great soccer time. We're not getting as much bookings as we anticipated.
Yes, that's the problem. Even New York is complaining about it.
Yeah. So
New York
we're
is
working
complaining
overnight. I think what FIFA is doing is they are selecting these hotels for teams, and a lot of the fans and families would like to be closer to where the teams are. So for instance, in Georgia, they're going to Buckhead in Georgia, for instance. They want to be in a more controlled area as opposed to Atlanta, where I now work. But we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. But great show, always great show. Great to be on. I think that's where I'll stop.
Thank you, guys. Listen, Miami is hosting Brazil. We are hosting 7 matches, man. This place is going to be rocking. You got to come on down here. Listen, if you spend that much on, one of my friends said if you spend all that money on the ticket, he will sleep in the bus station. So that was the guy that was supposed to go to Rival Hotel. FIFA
he got priced out.
Yeah, FIFA took all the money. So I might well just sleep in the bus station and go to the game. I cannot go to the game and spend $300-400 on a hotel. It won't work.
Yeah,
so
but he could have got something for $75 or $100. It won't be any star hotel, but I mean it would be better than the car.
At least somewhere to sleep, right?
Yeah,
the fee they are charging. I think what the guys are doing, or like they do in Miami here, they would buy. They would get one Airbnb and everybody just crashed there.
Yeah, but you got to know who you're crashing with. That's the problem.
No. These guys they travel like wolf pack, man. They travel in gangs. Especially when it comes to the Brazil thing, they come in packs. So there were a group of guys. If they're from the European area, we call them the hooligans. Those guys the last time when they arrested the hooligans, about 1,000 of them, guess what? Most of them were doctors and lawyers and high professional folks. But when they get in that group, they lose all their identity. They start burning places and peeing on the floor.
Especially when they got losing games, forget it, man.
Man. When Italy,
for a lot of things in your hands, man.
Italy and France playing, forget it. The hooligan, in fact, they banned all the Italians in France during the World Cup. The last one, when Italy and France, the guys just come, they have money. They will say they will lease about 3 or 4 or 5 hotels, the entire hotel from up to bottom, fill it up with their friend. When they leave it, they trash everything. Jesus. These are people who can afford it. Yeah, they call them the hooligans. They are such diehard fans of their country. They don't care. But guys, let's do this thing tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys. For tuning in.
The game with the US and Paraguay, not Paraguay, against Paraguay in Los Angeles is currently at 2,735.
Oh my God!
And this is standard tickets.
Guess what? I will watch it. I will look for it better on the tube. I'll watch it at home. You will come from my home.
No, but it's not the same. It's not the same as being in the stadium, though.
Okay, good. I will be right here in my own stadium.
But to your point, that money will go a long way for you.
Yeah, can you imagine? When you buy a ticket to go, your hotel, meals, entertainment, you're talking about close to 10 grand there. Yeah. And if you carry the first lady, that's double. Okay, guys, tomorrow.
All right, bye.
All right, take care.
appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia. Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bola can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the man just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and the man bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach himself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, Small B Road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminals there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, you Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.